carves the road like the new Prelude from Honda.
From the author of Fatal Vision and Blind Faith.
My parents have been beaten and stabbed.
They say a killer always returns to the scene of the crime.
What's that on your jeans? Is that blood?
But what if he never left?
If he tried to kill his mother once, what makes you so sure he won't try again?
Based on the true story of one family's nightmare.
Tell him the truth.
Cruel Doubt premieres on NBC tonight.
Well, as the timeout was called, both clubs going at each other. Michael Jordan and Xavier McDaniel having words. Double technicals were called on McDaniel and Jordan.
What we said a moment ago down on the baseline foul that Jake O'Donnell was stepping in to send a message. This is step number 2 in the message sending process. The next one, someone's going to be ejected from this basketball game, which is a very serious step.
Jake O'Donnell does not mess around. You're messing with the wrong referee if you're going to be messing with Jake O'Donnell. He will talk somebody. He doesn't care if it's the 7th game. If he warns you one time, the second time, you're out of here.
Let's go to Ahmad Rashad.
All right, Marv, yesterday I was speaking with Scottie Pippen, and he's starting to feel the pressure that everybody telling him to step up and be ready to play. He was so focused yesterday that he would not be intimidated. He said he'll be driving the basket like the Pippen of old, and you can see he's ready to play. Marv?
And the Bulls have been ready here at the start. They lead 27-19. Starks with the steal. Ron Starks spent all day on Wednesday shooting the jump shot. He said he took about 300 shots, and he credits assistant coach Jeff Van Gundy for an adjustment in his release, which turned things on Thursday night. Shot clock at 3 as Mark Jackson hits on his 3rd field goal. Starks saying that the ball was resting too much on the palm of his hands, and he made that adjustment. Meanwhile, Pippen is hit hard, and he'll go to the line.
Let me say this. Scottie Pippen, for the first time, is taking the challenge. He's not stepping backwards. Right here, he goes to the hole. He's saying, okay, I'm going to challenge everybody. I don't care. You can throw me down, knock me down. Hey, I'm ready to play today. For the first time, I see him going forward instead of going backwards.
Magic, of course, your Laker club of recent years was more of a finesse team, but when you went up against the Bulls last season, was the same philosophy intact, that if you can get to Pippen early and hit him hard, that you might take him out of the game?
Well, we wanted to do that, but we didn't have the type of players that could do that. New York, that's their style because they have the type of players with that mentality that can do that.
Is there the feeling that he can be intimidated?
Well, that's the feeling that you want to play him physical. Push him around because he doesn't like the physical game.
Patrick Ewing cutting it to a 5-point Chicago lead. 1 minute and 40 remaining in the first quarter. Here's Cartwright to the fadeaway. Way off.
Bill trying to use the 24-second clock for a little added edge there and banking it off the clock.
Mason is fouled. So Anthony Mason will go to the line. Foul charge to John Paxson. B.J. Armstrong will check in along with Cliff Levingston.
You know, Coach, Chicago has gone to a different strategy than any of the other games. They're posting up Michael more than trying to get him out on a 1-4 type situation because they feel that he can take the smaller guards in Wilkins and then Starks.
In the other games, they got him down in there, but later on in the game, as you're mentioning, they're doing it right from the beginning here and using a little baseline screen by the 5-man because Ewing's not going to switch off on him to help free him up flashing in there. Normally, they just send him on his own, try to flash him into the post.
Well, you can see that both coaches have made slight changes in their offense to free up different guys.
And despite this early flurry by the Bulls, the Knicks able to hang in. That's been the story throughout the series. The Bulls now lead by 3. Jordan through the foul. Oh, what a move by Michael Jordan, who has come out and hit 5 out of 7 from the field, 6 for 6 from the line for 16 points. The foul called on Starks.
Well, if you let Michael Jordan get to the paint, and this is one of the things that Ryan and the Knicks were focusing on, keep him out of that paint area. Everybody else, besides the man guarding him, pay special attention. When he puts it down, come and get him.
But Marv, like you were saying, the Knicks, hey, they can feel good right now. They're only down 3 points. Chicago has been in the penalty for the last since 5 minutes on to the end of this quarter. So, hey, if they can go down only 3 points, 5 points at the end of this quarter, they've done a wonderful job.
It is now a 4-point Chicago lead. Michael Jordan has had the hot hand during the course of the first half in this series, but you can see in the second half only 27 for 71, 38%, had a 3 for 13 in the second half in New York on Thursday. Light pressure being shown by the Bulls.
And the Bulls have used 2 of their traps already. The full court one up on the ball and the 3-quarter one, once they get it in, they still are holding back the half-court trap.
Shot clock at 8. Ewing. Rebound Oakley. And it jarred loose. And Ed Rush with the call saying last touch by the Knicks. Knicks were looking for a jump ball at the very least.
I don't know how you make that call, and you got 2 guys rolling all over the floor, diving for loose balls, and loose balls may, in the end, be the difference in this game. Oakley, Livingston, the rest of the players coming in after it now. First one that touches it, that touches the out-of-bounds line, that's how they're going to call it.
Yeah, I think that what he said that Mason had his foot out of bounds when he touched the ball, so that made it Chicago ball.
Jordan given room and was surprised.
That's the most room Michael Jordan's had in about 2.5 weeks.
It was too easy. It was too easy.
Down to 25 seconds in the quarter. Ewing feeling the contact. But Patrick Ewing has been off. 3 for 7 for Ewing. Starks with the steal. Starks out of control with the dribble. Able to recapture. Final seconds of the first quarter. That pass intended for Starks. Here's Ewing to the fadeaway. So that's the end of one here in Chicago. Michael Jordan has been the spark. Jordan with 18 points in this first quarter. And the Bulls lead by 5.
In the world of luxury automobiles, you expect aerodynamic styling. A beautifully crafted, leather-trimmed interior, the uncompromising safety of driver's and passenger side airbags, and the superior performance of a 24-valve engine. You just don't expect it to be so affordable. The Acura Luxury Lease Program, it's more than a lease. It's a legend.
Would you believe winning the full at Indy at a record speed of over 232 miles per hour? Believe it. Would you believe the Quaker State Buick uses the same 20W50 Quaker State you buy off the shelf? Believe it. Quaker State is one tough motor oil. You better believe it.
This bench gets a professional finish with Krylon spray paint. No runs, no drips, no errors. Dries to the touch in minutes. The other brand's still tacky. Wow! What a game!
Good game, Mr. Euchre.
He's a lot tougher than he looks. For a fast, smooth, professional finish, get Krylon.
Why did you switch to Suave Super Stick deodorant?
My kid's big game, and I was out of deodorant, so I used my son's Suave Super Stick. Well, it couldn't have been any closer in the game or the stands, but my kid's team hung tough, and so did Suave. That's some powerful odor protection, and since I knew Suave cost less, I switched. Who'd have believed something that works so well could cost so little? Who'd have believed 10 innings?
Suave Super Stick deodorant, so effective you won't believe the price.
back in Chicago, Marv Albert, along with Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, Ahmad Rashad. It is awfully tough to repeat in the NBA. A Chicago Bulls team that won 67 and lost 15 during the regular season, trying to make it 2 in a row.
Well, I guess if there's anybody that should know about how difficult it is to get a back-to-back championship, it's our guy Magic here.
It took us 3 7-game series to win the back-to-back championship, and it might take that for the Chicago Bulls, you know, but they got enough to worry about right here with the Knicks.
John Starks continuing his strong play. The Bulls lead by 3 as we get underway in the second quarter. B.J. Armstrong being guarded by Mark Jackson. Illegal defense called on the Knicks. Bill Cartwright was requesting the call and was upset, and he finally got it from Hugh Hollins.
Well, Oakley had went over and double team and then get back. You know, after the team that's leading in the first quarter has won all 6 games. Are you kidding me? Wow.
Winning that first quarter pretty important so far.
Ooh. So that means Chicago gonna win today?
You want to go home now?
Oh, very friendly rim for Michael Jordan. 20 points for Jordan. The Bulls lead 32-27. Once again, the Bulls trap. Ewing is fouled.
Cliff Levingston, anticipating the pass to the post, just stood there as his man cut through, waited for Patrick Ewing to turn back to the baseline side, and all of a sudden he was in a double team, and probably the quickest one he's seen in a long time.
You know what it looked like to me is that Patrick Ewing can run straight up and down, but when he tries to get the lift for the baseline jumper, he's not getting it. You know, you have to get lift when you shoot the turnaround jumper like he does, and today he's not getting the lift on his shot, and it seems like that ankle is not giving him that push that he needs to get his shot up, because everything is going short on his shot, and that's what tells that when you're not getting your lift.
And Ewing does not have a rebound, so that may be another telling point. He suffered the sprained left ankle in Game 6. It's called a moderate sprain. And the foul called on Greg Anthony, the rookie from Nevada, Las Vegas, checking in a moment ago. Anthony has been very effective against the Chicago pressure, and undoubtedly that's why Pat Riley has him in there. Mark Jackson sitting down. Now, Patrick Ewing will get a rest. Xavier McDaniel has returned, so Charles Oakley moves over to the center position.
And actually, Cliff Levingston first warned the official as Greg Anthony ran into his first screen in the backcourt, and then when he did it again, the whistle blew.
Yes, and it counts. Anthony picks up his second. Michael Jordan has taken over this game. He has 22 points. The Bulls now lead by 5.
And you can see the special attention that Jordan draws. 3 Knicks waiting for him in the lane, but when he gets that deep, the way he can elevate with his tremendous concentration, and there is no question that with the 2 days rest, he has come out here today. He is a different looking Michael Jordan than the one that we saw in Game 6.
The Bulls 35, the Knicks 29, and here's pressure again by Chicago. Now they drop back.
You know, Magic mentioned earlier that the 2 days off for both teams was the big blessing. The first 6 games of this series played in 10 days, a very short period of time.
McDaniel, yes, Xavier McDaniel with a good move, his second field goal, and the Knicks trail the Bulls by 4.
With Patrick Ewing on the bench, look for the Knicks to go to McDaniel, also Mason and Starks to do most of the shooting out on that basketball court.
Off the turnover, Mason starts back. Mason picked up by Scott Williams, who just checked in.
What you had there was a player trying to do something that's not his strength. Cliff Levingston does not elevate and drop down passes at the last second. Michael Jordan and Pippen do those things.
Here's McDaniel, rebounded by Williams. Pippen's pass picked off by Starks.
John Starks has made 2 big steals so far in this game.
And Starks with 7 points, and he has brought the Knicks within 2.
Marv, he stole it when they had a 3-on-1 Michael Jordan in the first quarter. This time they had a 2-on-1. He come up with another big steal. Boy, he can do it on both ends of the court.
Jordan had a knocked away recovery by Armstrong. E.J. Armstrong came up very big here in Chicago with 18 points off the bench earlier in the series. Armstrong for Pippen. The Bulls 39 and the Knicks 33.
See, Greg Anthony, when he's double teamed, he cannot make that pass because he's too little to make that cross-court pass like he tried to do then.
Blocking foul on Scott Williams. And a timeout has been called by the Bulls. 8:40 to go in this first half.
The NBA Draft Lottery during halftime of today's playoff game.
Great beer taste that's less filling. Miller Lite's everything you want a beer to be.
I didn't think she'd come.
I knew she'd come.
Yeah.
Miller Lite is that. Come on!
O is goodbye. O is together. O is capturing our own history. O is the new Olympus Infinity Super Zoom 3000, the world's smallest, lightest, weatherproof zoom camera. It allows you to get close to some of life's most precious O's, like welcome home.
Attention, it's Chevy Rock Solid Value Days. With $750 cash back, you get a Chevy S10 Tahoe pickup for around $8,600. It has the power of a V6 for the price of a 4-cylinder Ford Ranger XLT and the security of rear-wheel anti-lock brakes standard. Now it pays to get an S10 pickup, America's best-selling first truck. Rock-solid value days from Chevrolet. The trucks you can depend on, the trucks that last.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Chevy Trucks, the trucks you can depend on, the trucks that last. By Valvoline Motor Oil, people who know use Valvoline. And by Miller Lite, it's everything you want a beer to be. Miller Lite, it's it and that's that.
Well, coming up at halftime, NBC Sports will present coverage of the NBA Draft Lottery. Some refer to it as the Shaquille O'Neal Sweepstakes. Incidentally, earlier this week out in L.A., Ahmad Rashad, taping a segment for Inside Stuff, played some one-on-one with Shaquille O'Neal, and they ran into a little problem. Let's take a look.
Okay, so you've been playing against zones in college, right? I'm going to show you what it's going to be like in the NBA. You ready? Huh? Well, give me your best. Let me see your best. Is that all you got?
Yeah. Yes. Well, Ahmad, I know you enjoyed the moment.
And what a moment it was. That was my highlight, shooting that jumper, but I got a chance to see up close just how powerful this young man is. But Magic taught me how to play, and that's the reason I got that jump shot in. But the score was 1-1. That's all I know.
I hear Scott Williams. Scott Williams showing the outside touch. Bulls lead 41-33. Magic, I know that you have been working out from time to time with Shaquille O'Neal.
Very impressed with him, especially how strong he is and his footwork. He's really a young man that somebody's going to be very happy drafting. He's going to be a superstar in our league.
Oakley to the line. He was hit by Williams. You won the lottery, and there's Alonzo Mourning, who will certainly be among the first to be selected. If your club won the lottery, you're in charge. Who do you take?
Shaquille O'Neal, without a doubt. I think anybody would be happy with Alonzo Mourning and Christian Laettner. Those are your first 3 draft choices. And Jimmy Jackson, it depends too. But this is the deepest draft it's been for years.
With both of these teams having their reserve players on the floor right now for significant minutes, obviously the productivity becomes so important. Pat Riley a number of times has said when that combination of Anthony, Mason, and Starks, he said sometimes it's feast, sometimes it's famine with those 3. And that's what you have to, you know, play your way through it, see what happens, and then substitute accordingly.
And Pat Riley has gone basically with an 8-man rotation. We've seen very little of Tiki Vandeweghe during this series. Cliff Livingston wide open, crowd reacting. Williams not looking that way. Shot clock at 3. Hodges for 3. Craig Hodges, the three-point specialist, has been a factor in this series. Chicago has hit its last 6 from the floor. Overall, 16 of 23. They've had a red-hot first half. Here's Wilkins, who just returned. Traveling, violation.
See on that last shot, that last three-pointer by Craig Hodges, Wilkins forgot who he was guarding. He was guarding Hodges. He left to stop the penetration by Armstrong, and that left Hodges wide open. You don't do that. You let the big man take care of B.J., not not Wilkins.
That's why there must be constant communication when substitutions take place during the game, so everybody understands what they have to do.
Biggest lead of the game. Chicago up by 9. 6:50 to go. First half. Here's Anthony. Rebound, McDaniel. McDaniel with a good second effort. Bulls 44 and the Knicks 37. The winner of this game, the 7th and final game of the series, will face the Cleveland Cavaliers for the conference championship. Cleveland knocking off Boston earlier today.
Attention, it's Chevy Rock Solid Value Days. There's never been a better time to get a 92 Chevy S10 Blazer, the only full line of sport utility vehicles with standard 4-wheel anti-lock brakes. Now get $1,500 cash back, plus $1,300 in savings on options. That's a huge $2,800 value on S10 Blazer. And there are factory-to-dealer incentives, too. Rock Solid Value Days. The right time to get Chevy trucks. The trucks you can depend on, the trucks that last.
Now on video cassette, the most controversial and honored motion picture of the year. Kevin Costner in an Oliver Stone film.
Is a government worth preserving when it lies to the people?
JFK. Look for it on video cassette.
The new Sperry topsider, now with considerably more cushioning.
Now for a little lesson in style. Very nice. Very easy. Very cool. Drinking alcohol at your prom and graduation parties, very stupid. High school students with real style know how to leave alcohol out.
Tonight, a special Unsolved Mysteries feature-length event. 2 gripping hours of UFOs, ghosts, and a shocking government conspiracy is exposed.
We do not deny UFOs exist.
Plus, he terrorized a town. In an all-new Unsolved Mystery, you can help lock him up. A 2-hour special edition, NBC tonight at 7, 6 Central.
Well, for Pat Riley and his New York Knicks, it has been a superb season. They won 51-31, but they faltered at the end of the season. I asked Pat, at any point with that slow finish, did they sense that this was a special team?
Well, you know, not really. I never looked at it that way. We never set any real goals about division titles or playoffs or anything like that. We just kept hammering on the fact that we wanted to become the hardest working, best conditioned, most professional and selfish, and disliked team in the league. And I think we've finally accomplished the last point.
Most disliked team in the league. That because of the sledgehammer image this club has suddenly garnered because of their physical play.
Marv, not only that, though, because they play good defense. See, teams don't like to play teams that play good defense. And now, they were always playing good defense during the regular season, but now the hard fouls just came in the playoffs. So teams just don't like to play you because they have to work hard to beat you.
And here's Mason with the box out, and he draws the foul. Anthony Mason will go to the line. You can see how the Knicks have done it at the defensive end. They were number 2 behind Detroit during the regular season, allowing just under 98 per game. But then against the Pistons, allowed just under 85. And this series, they have stopped the high-flying Chicago Bulls over the first 6 games, allowing just under 90 per game.
Well, they've accomplished all the mini goals that Pat Riley has set up for this team in this series versus Chicago, one of which was reduce the number of shots, keep the offensive rebounds down, stop the transition game by the Bulls, and they've done it effectively.
It's the Bulls 44 and the Knicks 39. Michael Jordan has been the story in the first half. He has 23 points. Here's Hodges on that quick release. That's a 2-point shot for Craig Hodges.
Another mistake by one of the Knicks players. You cannot go up under the pick on Craig Hodges. You got to go over the top and make him drive to the basket. He doesn't want to drive, and he won't drive.
Last touch by Pippen. Knicks will maintain possession. Meanwhile, offensively, Patrick Ewing has not been able to get into it. Only 3 for 9 from the field, 3 out of 4 from the line. He has 9 points. Holding foul called on the Bulls.
Whether you are Chicago or New York, if you decide you're running a pick and roll, those centers, and you involve your center, obviously, in the play, those centers defensively, they don't jump out half-heartedly. They're jumping out hard. There's a wall there when you come off that thing, trying to discourage the guards from turning the corner, getting in the lane area.
Chicago now being hurt by the fouls. They've got over the limit. Knicks 9 for 10 from the line. 5:38 remaining in this first half. The Bulls lead by 6.
Well, I guess it's turning about fair play. In the first quarter, Chicago was in the penalty at about the same time, 5 minutes to go to the quarter. Now New York has the penalty going their way, 5 minutes to halftime.
And the Knicks with only 2 team fouls. Grant try to go the reverse. Mason getting position, but facing the double team, and he's tied up. Good defensive play by Chicago and doubling up on Anthony Mason.
Now, since this jump ball will be under the New York basket, and the loss of the ball right there enables Chicago to get back, recover, and force the jump. You have to cover shoulders under the basket. They covered Ewing on both sides, left and right. No layup on the tip.
Wilkins picked off by Grant. Jordan. Michael Jordan, 25 points. He's hit 8 of 11. Bulls 48. Knicks 41. Wilkins and Anthony now in the backcourt. Ewing up front with McDaniel and Mason. Here's Wilkins for 3. And back comes Pippen. Hodges from downtown. Pippen had it knocked away. It'll be Chicago ball.
Magic, pretty soon they're going to start listening to you about leaving Hodges alone out there. Remember what he can do.
Well, that time, the defense went back up under the paint to guard the basket and left Craig Hodges wide open. And he, for the first time in this game, in this series, he rushed the shot. He rushed it that time on a three-pointer.
Mark Jackson is back for Greg Anthony. Oh, good look from Jordan. Grant from Jordan. The Bulls again have a 9-point lead.
I guess sometimes when a player can come out and get 18 points in a quarter, you pay special attention. You forget about the other guys a little bit.
Here's Mason. Rebound, McDaniel. Crowd looking for a travel. Bulls lead 50-43, and this game is being played at the Chicago Bulls tempo, and that's the first time that it's occurred this series.
Yes, it's 7 game. Everybody's just excited. It's the excitement more than anything else.
Michael Jordan a moment ago with the ball is going to penetrate the lane. Somebody's got to step up and stop him. So the decision takes place behind him as to who's going to take Horace Grant. The result, nobody takes him. Grant with the deuce.
So Michael Jordan doing it with his offense and also the beautiful lead pass thrown to Horace Grant. That last foul on Gerald Wilkins, his third, and he's replaced by John Starks, and now Starks will take a crack at Jordan. McDaniel for Starks. 3:20 remaining in the half. Bulls with the ball and a 7-point lead. Pippen passing on the 3, hits the 2. And he is 4 of 4 for 9 points. The Bulls lead 52-43, and the Knicks want to talk it over.
Upper Deck takes you there.
If you've looked at the high prices of luxury sports sedans, you're no doubt thinking maybe I should lower my expectations. Well, considering the Nissan Maxima SE has more power than a BMW 525i and more room than a Mercedes-Benz 300e, yet you pay thousands less than either of them, maybe you should keep your expectations high and just lower your payments. See your Nissan dealer for details, because right now you can lease a Maxima for as little as $279 a month.
Next weekend, the Blazers battle the Jazz. The Cavaliers take on the Bulls of the Knicks. The NBA Conference Finals next Saturday, Sunday, and Monday on NBC.
This is Bob Costas at the studios of NBA Entertainment in Secaucus, New Jersey, and coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report, we'll bring you the NBA Draft Lottery. At stake, the rights for one of the 11 teams in the lottery to select LSU's Shaquille O'Neal if they should be so inclined. And the order of selection in any case, 1 through 11, will be determined for the June 24th NBA Draft. This now is a videotaped look at the mechanism which is used to determine the winner. Awe-inspiring, isn't it? Right now, let's head back to Chicago and rejoin Marv, Mike, and Magic.
All right, Bob. We have Bizarre, the telestrator, mesmerized by the flow of the ping pong ball. Magic a moment ago as both clubs broke for the timeout. A little extracurricular activity between Pippen and Starks.
Well, it took Pippen 6 games to finally hit back, and he started to hit back because he's feeling good right now. The Bulls are leading.
Shot clock at 5. 2:45 remaining in this first half. Pippen with a steal. Here's Jordan. Yes. Biggest lead of the game. It's Chicago by 11.
In previous games, New York has been in similar situations. Wiley's taking a timeout. They come out, respond, get a basket or 2 free throws, close the gap. Here, a critical turnover. It continues to widen the lead.
Starks with an air ball. Ewing for Starks. Shot clock at 1. Jackson. Mark Jackson with the shot clock running down, able to hit. The Bulls lead 54-45. For the first time this season, for this first time this series, we are seeing the Chicago Bulls that we saw right throughout the regular season. 3-second violation called on Chicago. This is a Bulls club that set a franchise record, winning 67, losing 15. They won 36 of 41 here at home. They come off the NBA championship season of a year ago, capped off by the victory over the Los Angeles Lakers, swept Miami in the first round of the playoffs, but they have had a very difficult time against the surprising New York Knicks club.
Well, Marv, I think that if anybody read Peter Vessey's column, our own NBC's Peter Vessey, Tuesday, I think he summed it up best, where he said that the Bulls quite don't know how to play physical and still be a finesse team, much like the Lakers and the Celtics of the 80s. Their team, when they were challenged and played physical, we knew how to play physical but still played our game at the same time. Where in this series, Chicago, for the first time today, is finally playing physical but still playing finesse at the same time. And I thought that was an interesting article.
You realize how much credibility you have just given to Vessey? This is very sad.
I didn't mean to do it.
Okay.
But I thought that summed this whole series up, that article. It was just right on the head. He hit it right on the head.
And going back to your Laker team, that team had great flexibility to be able to play a little of both. It's not like you can push a button and all of a sudden take 12 guys and say, we're going to be finesse or we're going to be physical. You have to structure it to what the players' abilities are, capabilities are.
That last foul on Conrad is third, so he's replaced by Will Perdue. Will Perdue very active in Game 6 against the Knicks. Got into a little scrap at the end of the game. Here's Michael Jordan. He now has 29 points, and the Bulls lead 56-46.
Just by Grant jumping on the basketball after a score by Chicago, they're preventing New York from racing it back up.
Patrick Ewing.
You know, I think in the second half, they're going to have to, the Knicks, Pat Riley is going to have to change his strategy. Well, right now, he's got man-to-man coverage on Michael, and he's posting. And I think he's going to have to go down and double-team him in the second half.
It's a last resort in New York's game plan. Try to play him straight up, even if he gets on a little roll.
Rare miss for Jordan, 10 of 15 from the field. Starks digging hard. Won't count, says Jake O'Donnell. Will not get the continuation. Starks foul.
Now imagine going back to that philosophy in New York to play him straight up. That's not to say that as you progress in the game and get to the third quarter and then the fourth quarter and then the final 5 minutes that you don't make your adjustments and your changes.
Well, right now you're seeing in New York a different Michael Jordan. Here today, a stronger Michael Jordan and a Michael Jordan who has, I think, adjusted to the 6 games and say, okay, in the 7th game, they've been doing this for 6 games, but in this game, I'm going to do this, where he's posting and turning in the lane, and actually, all he's doing is jumping over Starks. He's doing nothing else but doing that, and I think they're going to have to run a man at him, maybe when he gets in the lane.
Paxson, who committed the foul to put Starks on the line, picked up his third. He's replaced by Craig Hodges. Incidentally, the NBA playoff record, most points in a half, 39 by Eric Sleepy Floyd. Jordan has 29. Here's Grant, changed his mind. Jordan and Ewing able to reach out for it. And we're down at 25 seconds left in the half. The Knicks down by 7.
Even with the excitement, this crowd, and what Chicago and Jordan have done, if New York scores, you're looking right at a 5-point game. New York's got to feel pretty good.
And Jackson hit on the reach-in. So Mark Jackson to the line. He was fouled by Craig Hodges. Jackson to the line for the first time. Earlier today here on NBC, the Cavaliers knocked off the Celtics 122-104 to take the series in 7. They await the winner between the Knicks and the Bulls. Brad Daugherty capping off a terrific series with 27 points, 9 rebounds. Hot Rod Williams at 20. Reggie Lewis led Boston with 22. 22nd timeout as being taken by the Knicks.
Don't be surprised to see John Paxson come on the floor if Phil decides to make that type of move so that he has a number of three-point shooters to surround the outside of the floor. Then give the ball to either Pippen or Jordan, let him dribble, penetrate, create, kick back out for a three to send the crowd into a frenzy and give the team a little boost to end this first half. With 11.8 seconds remaining, that is so much time for the Bulls to advance the basketball off the dribble.
Pat Riley sending in Kennard Winchester, a man who has seen very little action during the course of the regular season. Kennard Winchester, second-year player from Everett College, had shots with Houston and Boston. Winchester in there because of some Knick foul trouble. Jackson will shoot his second. 11 seconds to go. First half. The lottery coming up at halftime. And so it is only a 5-point Chicago lead. Knicks do have one foul to give, and there it is. And a good foul because now the Bulls will have to regroup. And inbound again with 6 seconds on the clock.
And that's the reason also for the substitution in case it got into the hands of the man that Winchester was guarding. You don't care if he picks a personal foul. Now they will go back and draw up what they want to run here with just over 6 seconds remaining.
The Knicks very fortunate, as you mentioned, Mike, to be only down by 5 when you consider Michael Jordan just burning it up in this first half with 29 points. Chicago is led by as many as 11. Chicago shooting 59% for the half, 22 of 37.
Pippen loves to inbound the ball and then follow his pass. He's the most dangerous guy on the out-of-bounds plays for Chicago. The guy guarding Pippen has to stay awake. Don't fall asleep. He'll chase it.
Final seconds. Jordan swinging free and missed on the floater.
Oh, yeah, I did forget about a guy named Jordan.
So Michael Jordan with 29 points. And the Chicago Bulls lead the New York Knicks by the score of 56-51. Halftime of the 7th and final game. Stay tuned for Bob Costas from NBA Entertainment Headquarters as we will present the NBA Draft Lottery.
These are all the optional features on the Nissan Sentra GXE. And these are just some of the standard ones. The Nissan Sentra GXE. 45 standard features at an affordable Sentra price.
Mark and my relationship goes way past business. I'm sure in a previous life he and I were twin brothers. Throughout the race, the driver and crew chief communicate. The driver complains about the car or brags about the car. It's the crew chief's job on pit stops to make whatever fixes he can to help the driver's predicament. Everyone has about the same access to equipment and technology, but the people who rub on it the most and think the most of it and think about it the most will end up winning the race.
What if you left all your worries behind? You grabbed the family, your skis, maybe a picnic lunch. What you'd have is freedom. Introducing the Freedom Machines from Sea-Doo. For your nearest Sea-Doo watercraft dealer, check your local Yellow Pages or call toll-free 1-800-882-2900.
Only one man is this dangerous. Only one woman can stand behind him.
You asked me to look at your butt?
Only one network will show it to America for the first time. Free.
Are you having fun or something?
Mel Gibson and Goldie Hawn in...
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the companies of the Prudential. In a changing world, one thing remains rock solid, the Prudential. Now, with our live coverage of the NBA Draft Lottery, here's Bob Costas.
Halftime of Game 7 in Chicago. Michael Jordan with 29 points, though he missed his last 3 shots from the floor. And despite yielding the 29 to Michael, the Knicks, led by Patrick Ewing's 14, trailing by only 5, 56-51. The winner gets the Cleveland Cavaliers in the next round. The Cavs over the Celtics in Game 7 earlier today, 122-104. Bob Costas at the NBA Draft Lottery, being held this year in the studios of NBA Entertainment in Secaucus, New Jersey. The NBA Draft itself will take place on June 24th in Portland. Today, the order of selection in the draft has been determined by the lottery. Here's a little background. The lottery was instituted in 1985 in part to remove the appearance of teams with poor records losing intentionally in order to secure a high pick in the draft based solely on order of finish. So what's at stake in this year's draft? Well, in some years, it's not exactly clear which player will be taken with the first pick. Not so this time. Barring the unforeseen, the first selection will almost certainly be LSU's Shaquille O'Neal.
He's amazing. And the thing I like about him, too, is that he can run up and down the basketball court, and you can give it to him on the run, and he can make a good decision.
If he does the things he's supposed to do, after watching him play, I think he's the best player we have, other than Michael Jordan, of course. Yeah. But I think once he gets in the league and gets established, he's going to be the same type of player. He won't be as flashy, but he's right up there with the best of all of them right now.
People out there that have a lot of expectations, and I'm not going to come into the league and try to rush anything. I'm just going to take 1 year at a time, and hopefully I'll become a great player.
All 11 of the lottery teams have said they would select O'Neal if given the chance. Other prominent players sure to go in the first few picks are Georgetown's Alonzo Mourning, Duke's Christian Laettner, and Ohio State's Jimmy Jackson. Now, perhaps as much interest surrounds this draft lottery as any since the first one back in 1985. That was the year, you may recall, in which the Knicks won the lottery and selected Patrick Ewing with the #1 pick. Right now, here's a review of the rules and an explanation of how the draft lottery works, and pay attention. The 11 teams that didn't qualify for the playoffs all have a shot at the #1 pick. That's Minnesota, Orlando, Dallas, Denver, Washington, Sacramento, Milwaukee, Charlotte, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and Houston. The Bucks and Hornets finished with identical records, and a special draw held at the conclusion of the regular season determined that Milwaukee gets one more ball than Charlotte. If neither team winds up in the top 3, then the Bucks select before the Hornets. The NBA uses a weighted system which increases the chances of teams with the worst records getting the top picks. The Timberwolves will have 11 chances out of 66 for the top pick, each chance represented by a ball. Orlando gets 10 chances, one more than Dallas, and so on down to Houston, which has 1 chance in 66. The balls are placed in a clear cylinder. They will be mixed and then drawn to the top. The first to emerge from the cylinder will represent the first pick in the draft. The second non-duplicate ball will get the second pick, and the third non-duplicate ball, the third pick. The order of selection for the remaining 8 teams will be determined by inverse order of their regular season records. This guarantees the team with the worst record, Minnesota, of no lower than the 4th overall pick. Okay, the actual drawing has just been conducted in a separate room under the supervision of NBA Deputy Commissioner Russ Granick. The process was witnessed by representatives of the 11 lottery teams, different representatives from the individuals sitting here. Also there was Phil Laskaway, a partner in the international accounting firm of Ernst & Young. Mr. Laskaway is the only person in this studio who knows the results, including Commissioner David Stern. Immediately following the drawing, Mr. Laskaway took the logo for each lottery team and placed it into a numbered envelope corresponding to that team's position in the 1992 draft. Since then, Mr. Laskaway, and I swear this is true, has retained exclusive custody of the envelopes, which he has just placed in order on the numbered board. The sealed envelopes will be opened shortly by Commissioner Stern. But first, here are the team representatives. From the Houston Rockets, General Manager Steve Patterson. From the Atlanta Hawks, General Manager Pete Babcock. Representing the Philadelphia 76ers, their GM, Gene Shue. Now, the Charlotte Hornets won the lottery last year, took Larry Johnson. He wound up being the Rookie of the Year. I'm told that all the Charlotte representatives, including their head coach, Alan Bristow, stayed in the same hotel, tried to go to the same restaurants, dressed the same way, whatever, to try and duplicate their luck, and there's Alan Bristow. The Milwaukee Bucks are represented by their new head coach, Mike Dunleavy. From the Sacramento Kings, the Director of Player Personnel, Jerry Reynolds. From the Washington Bullets, General Manager John Nash. Representing the Denver Nuggets, GM Bernie Bickerstaff. From the Dallas Mavericks, the President and owner, Donald Carter. Howdy, Don. From the Orlando Magic, GM Pat Williams. And finally, representing the Minnesota Timberwolves, their president, Bob Stein. Commissioner Stern will open the envelopes representing the selection order 11 through 1. Keep in mind that since slots 4 through 11 are determined by inverse order of regular season finish, and only the first 3 positions are determined by the lottery, if Houston, for example, doesn't come up 11th, or Atlanta doesn't come up 10th, and so on, it means that team has defied the odds and lucked into one of the top 3 selections. And now to announce the order of the first 11 picks of this year's NBA draft, here's the Commissioner, David Stern.
Good afternoon and welcome to the NBA Draft Lottery. Everyone has been briefed on the lottery procedures, so let's get started and see who picks where in the 1992 NBA Draft. The 11th pick goes to the Houston Rockets.
As expected, they had 1 ball out of 66, so no disappointment really for Steve Patterson.
The 10th pick goes to the Atlanta Hawks.
And form holding so far.
The 9th pick goes to the Philadelphia 76ers.
Charles Barkley said if they don't get one of the top 2 picks, they should trade him unless they get Mourning or O'Neal.
The 8th pick goes to the Milwaukee Bucks.
That means that Charlotte has moved up. Charlotte has one of the top 3 picks.
The 7th pick goes to the Sacramento Kings. The 6th pick goes to the Washington Bullets.
Everything is held according to statistical probability except Charlotte, which has moved into the first 3 picks.
The 5th pick goes to the Denver Nuggets. The 4th pick goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Orlando, Minnesota, and Charlotte.
Must be the shoes and not the hat. And now the first 3 picks in the 1992 NBA Draft. The 3rd pick in the 1992 NBA Draft goes to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Orlando and Charlotte.
The 2nd pick in the 1992 NBA Draft goes to the Charlotte Hornets. And that means
Orlando's got it.
That the Orlando Magic will pick first in the 1992 NBA Draft. Come on up, Pat.
Pat Williams, the colorful former GM of the Philadelphia 76ers, has been with the Orlando Magic from the inception of the franchise, and now his team owns the #1 pick in the June 24th draft. We'll talk with Pat right after this message from Prudential and a word from the NBA.
In a world of constant change, there is one certainty. The financial strength of the rock. The Prudential. Rock solid.
From the nation's capital, the McLaughlin Group.
Issue 1, the NBA, your dream fast break team. Fred Bonds.
Barkley rips down the rebound and fires to Kevin Johnson.
Johnson dribbles it across half court and whips it over to Mullen in the corner.
Mullen considers a three-pointer, spots the mailman underneath.
Mailman, right. Mailman.
Rejected by McLaughlin, who throws an 85-foot prayer.
He winds up, fires it, goal!
I love this game.
My, oh my, that's his exclamation point.
Okay, we're back in Secaucus, New Jersey, where the NBA draft lottery has just been held. This is the GM of the Orlando Magic. I don't know if this is the very ball, but one of these Orlando Magic ping pong balls came up with the #1 pick. I see you're already holding the jersey.
Well, we got a jersey #1 on it.
And what does it say on the back?
There says O'Neal.
It says O'Neal. Obviously,
With a 1.
Obviously, you would like to take Shaquille O'Neal. You're telling me you will take Shaquille O'Neal despite the possible problems in signing him?
Well, we'll get him signed. I'm sure at some point he's a terrific talent, and Orlando's a great market and a great city. We got a good nucleus, and to get a player like O'Neal is a pretty unique opportunity. We'll talk to him, obviously, and want to bring he and his family to Orlando, and we've got about 5 weeks to work on that. But it's an exciting time for us, Bob. To win something like this is very special for our franchise.
You'd have a chance to reunite him with his LSU teammate, Stanley Roberts,
well,
right?
they'd take up a lot of room. They would blot out the sun on a lot of days. They're an enormous pair, but you never, just like in baseball, you never enough pitching. In basketball, you never have enough big people. So to have an opportunity to get 2 young big men like that is pretty unique for us.
So you foresee a Twin Towers situation?
Well, I'm not sure all the time. I'll let Matty Gukas and his staff worry about that. I think at this point, if you have talent, you figure out a way to use it. And O'Neal is a remarkable talent. Stanley Roberts is a very special young big man prospect, too.
What about the possibility of trading Shaquille O'Neal? There has been talk, and he's tried to soft pedal it in the last few days, but talk that he might be so difficult to sign that he might try to force a trade to a location of his choice.
Well, obviously, one of the things that we have done with all the interviews of players that we've drafted over the years, Bob, point blank, do you want to play for our franchise? We've asked them that point blank, and we'll do the same with Shaquille.
You know, it's another interesting thing. I know you feel your own exhilaration here, but Charlotte had the #1 pick last year. They got Larry Johnson. You take O'Neal, they can get Alonzo Mourning. What a team they're building.
Well, they got a terrific break today. I think as the lottery really fell out today, there was one out-of-the-ordinary event today, and that was Charlotte, who should have been, what, 7th or whatever, and they plunk up there at 2, so they would have a choice of Mourning or Leitner or a lot of different people, and with Larry Johnson and Gill and the young club they're building, I'd say this is a very special day for Charlotte, too.
Pat Williams of the Orlando Magic, congratulations.
Thank you, Robert.
You told me before the selection, save this seat, I'll be right up.
That's right.
And you turned out to be prophetic. Here is the review now of the lottery selection. The first pick to the Orlando Magic, the second pick, the Charlotte Hornets, third pick, Minnesota Timberwolves, who had the best statistical possibility of getting the first pick. They settled for the third. The fourth goes to Dallas, the fifth to Denver, the sixth to the Washington Bullets, the 7th to the Sacramento Kings, the 8th to Milwaukee. There's the Pat Williams reaction, which you're going to see in just a moment. We have it on replay. What did I say? 8th to Milwaukee, the 9th to the Philadelphia 76ers, the 10th to the Atlanta Hawks, and the 11th pick, as expected, to the Houston Rockets. They had only one chance in 66 of nabbing the #1 selection. And we'll return with second half action. The Bulls over the Knicks, 56-51. There's that reaction I was telling you about. Pat Williams, yes, the Orlando Magic. They have the #1 pick in the 1992 NBA draft. It's the Bulls over the Knicks in Game 7 from Chicago by 5. And we're back to Marv, Mike, and Magic after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the companies of the Prudential. In a changing world, one thing remains rock solid: the Prudential.
A real-life mystery Sunday starts with a special feature-length Unsolved Mysteries. 2 hours of UFOs, otherworldly spirits, and a murder. Extreme violent murder. You can help solve an all-new Unsolved Mystery. Then, from the author of Blind Faith and Fatal Vision, comes America's #1 bestseller today, Cruel Doubt, the shocking true story of a father murdered. Brutalized. Could the killer be one of her children? Cruel Doubt, following a 2-hour Unsolved Mysteries, a real-life mystery night tonight on NBC.
You'll leave them all in a cloud of dust. No matter it was meant to be, or it set you free.
South Bank, sponsors of The More You Know.
Time in Chicago, the Bulls by 5 over the Knicks in the 7th and final game. Marv Albert with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, along with Irvin Magic Johnson. And Mike, I'd have to say that the Knicks must feel fortunate to be trailing by only 5.
Oh, no question, when the opponent is shooting the ball as well as Chicago is, and you are not shooting the ball well, you have to make it up in some other areas. New York doing a pretty good job of rebounding the basketball, but to only be 5 points down, I think Riley had to go in and talk about the positives that will take place. And statistically, if we look at some of the players on Chicago, they've really struggled down the stretch in the first 6 basketball games. So we'll wait and see.
And that includes Michael Jordan, who has not done it in the second half. And Magic Michael certainly did it in the first half with 29 points. You were indicating you could see some adjustments by the Knicks on Jordan.
Well, I think what you have to do is you're going to have to run a man at him. You can't let him sit down there and post up on John Starks or Wilkins because he's jumping over him. He's in a rhythm. He's in a groove. Now you must disrupt that rhythm and that groove.
And Gerald Wilkins, who has played it well in the past, is in foul trouble with 3 personals. A look at the shooting in the first half. The Knicks only 17 of 40, 43%. But the Bulls on fire, 22 for 38, 58%. We'll check out today's Miller Genuine Draft halftime statistics. Knicks have done it on the boards once again with a 22-15 edge, sparked by Charles Oakley, who has been leading the way. Oakley with 7 rebounds in all. Right now, let's go to Ahmad Rashad, who is with New York Knicks coach Pat Riley.
All right, thanks, Marv. Pat, Chicago threw everything at you at the first half. You guys withstood it. You're only 5 points down.
Well, we have to feel like we're in a pretty good position, Ahmad, but if we adhere to our defensive principles this second half and continue to hammer on the board, then I think we got a great shot at this.
All right, good luck to you second half, Pat. Thank you. Back to you, Marv.
All right, it is a 5-point differential at halftime. Michael Jordan leading the way with 29. We'll be back in Chicago after these words.
We know you've heard it all before, but we're offering this incredible extra value package on the sporty Toyota Celica GT.
Did you say Celica?
Save up to $800 on air conditioning, cruise control, power package, AM/FM stereo cassette, and floor mats.
Floor mats? I love floor mats.
So save up to $800 on the Celica GT extra value package that even includes...
Floor mats! Oh, wow! I can't believe they got floor mats! Oh, yeah!
When we ask a race engine to do 500 miles, it's like asking a streetcar engine to do 100,000 miles. And we're asking it to do it on no oil changes. Pennzoil provides the best quality, the best protection, and the best performance that you can get on the market. Longer engine life and better engine protection are definitely the 2 things that you can expect out of Pennzoil. Pennzoil outperforms any leading motor oil against viscosity breakdown. And to me as a driver, that's the most important thing you can say. Pennzoil, performance, protection, quality.
Tonight, America speaks out for what it wants. Hello, Domino's.
America wants our America's favorite pizza feast. Pepperoni, sausage, mushroom. A medium's just $8.99.
This just in. Nobody knows like Domino's.
How do you like pizza at home?
Last September, she became America's first world all-around gymnastics champion. Then in April, she added 2 more world titles to solidify her standing as the favorite in Barcelona. Now, Kim Zamesco leads America's best in an event that will help determine the Olympic team. The U.S. Gymnastics Championships next weekend on NBC.
This capacity crowd at Chicago Stadium looking to pump up the home team. Patrick Ewing with 14, Mark Jackson with 10, Michael Jordan leading Chicago with 29 points. His high in this series, he had a 37-point game in Game 5. His all-time playoff high, you recall, 63 points. Ewing rebounded by Jordan. Here's Pippen.
That's the one thing that New York has done. Stop the spectacular plays. Stop the dunks that get the crowd excited. Stop the fast break lob passes. Already the first one here in the second half.
Wilkins wide open. Good box out by Grant. Jordan and Paxson at the guards. Grant, Cartwright, and Pippen up front. Bill Jackson with his standard starting lineup. Knicks also go with their usual starting five. Minute gone by in the third. Jackson played on the switch by McDaniel. Cartwright, foul, it counts.
A few moments ago, Chicago got out early in transition, and these type of plays, a high lob, can get a team excited, a crowd excited. You cannot let Chicago creep away little by little. Cartwright, the concentration to follow through, and now the opportunity to finish the three-point play. One more score. Riley takes a quick timeout.
Yeah, you know what drive coaches crazy is? When big men reach in and get fouls like that. That drive coach is crazy.
So Ewing with 2 fouls. Bulls by 9, and they're called for an illegal defense. Called for the first time. Knicks were hit with one earlier.
Scottie Pippen got caught just a little bit down below that foul line area, and the illegal defense was called.
McDaniel rejected by Grant, recovered by Jackson. He checked the 24. Jackson from downtown. Oh, this is a tough call. Hugh Holland's right there. And he says last touch by the Bulls. So the Knicks maintain possession.
You know, sometimes coaches talk about scrambling on defense. Well, right now, the Bulls are scrambling. That means that you're active. That means that you don't really know where you might be on the next pass, but somebody better get there quick and then cover for your teammate, and he covers for you. And that's what Chicago's doing so well right now, scrambling and covering for each other.
Xavier McDaniel with 10 points. The Bulls 60 and the Knicks 53.
But their rotation is very good. The Chicago Bulls defensive rotation is very good.
Shot clock at 5. Jordan swinging. And it will be Nick Ball. Michael Jordan has missed his last 4 field goal attempts.
We talked about they had to do something different with Michael. They double-teamed him that time, and X-Man made him shoot an air ball. And so you see Riley coming out second half, and a shot by Ewing right there. Good pass by Mark Jackson, too, the seams. But they are changing their defense on him, it looks like.
5-point Chicago lead. And Pippen will inbound. Jordan working off the pick. Oh! And Wilkins able to hustle it down.
To show you the toughness, the mental toughness that this Knicks team has, a lot of teams would have gone away by now. 7th game in the stadium. They make a run early, Chicago, but nope, not New York. Right back here after Ewing knocks out the jumper, the 3, and a timeout call by Chicago.
So the Knicks are within 3. 3 minutes gone by in this third quarter. 6 unanswered by the Knicks.
Mel and Goldie, Bird on a Wire, NBC Monday. Gracias.
Iron Mike on rust.
I hate rust.
Iron Mike on tough.
This is tough. Rust tough. This is rust. Oleum? The dictionary defines tough as strong, not easily influenced, like me. The definition of oleum is, we sprayed this rusty metal plate with fast-drying rust tough, exposed the rusted metal, then placed it in the torture salt fog chamber. The rust didn't spread, it stayed tough. You want tough? What do you want? Oleum. Got rust? Get tough. Rust tough.
Wouldn't it be great if she finally came over for a beer?
Nice place.
And you offered her a Keystone, the premium beer in a can that tastes like beer in a bottle because of Keystone's specially lined can. But she said,
I only drink dry beer.
Oh, wouldn't it be great if Keystone made a dry beer?
We do.
Introducing Keystone Dry. Dry brewed and cold filtered for a great new bottled beer taste in a can. Now, wouldn't that be great?
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Toyota, reminding you to always buckle up. Do it for those who love you. By McDonald's. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today. And by the people at Nike, who encourage you to just do it.
Chicago Bulls have 3 phases to their fast break transition game, and it starts with defensive rebounding, and once they secure the defensive rebound, the first phase, they call it the attack phase, starts with a good outlet pass. Then they must fill the 3 conventional lanes, 2 sides and the middle, and get the ball centered back up. The next phase they call the storm phase. First big man run down the floor into the paint and post up on ball side looking for a quick score. Then the third phase is their flow. Last big man go opposite and then move into your half-court offense, which we know as Chicago's triangle offense, 2 men opposite. Then they go into their options. This time, flash a high post, backdoor by Jordan, guard around Paxson, knock out the jumper, and it all looks terrific in the transition game. New York has done a pretty good job of eliminating or minimizing those transition scores.
Bulls with a 3-point lead. They've led by as many as 11. Shot clock to 5. Now to Warren. Paxson. That's a crusher because the Knick defensive sequence made it very difficult for the Bulls.
Well, Pat Riley can live with that. You know, we play excellent defense and made a jumper. So, okay, that's all right.
Ewing, rebounded by Pippen. Paxson in the open floor, gives it back. And a foul. Jordan was hit on the drive by Ewing. That's 3 on Ewing.
This is the initial phase, that attack phase in the fast break. Get the ball out in front, get those first 3 people down the floor. Pippen to Paxson to Jordan. The first 3 filling, the foul by Ewing.
Michael Jordan, 9 for 9 from the line, 83% free throw shooter during the season. 30 points for Michael. 4 minutes gone by in the 3rd quarter. 7th and final game of the Eastern Conference semi-final series. Series tied at 3. The winner goes on to face the Cleveland Cavaliers in the conference final. The winner there goes to the NBA championship round. Off the double team. Foul call. They try to trap Jackson and succeeded, but Paxson called for the contact.
And a little different look that time. They waited till New York got over the half-court line. Then they come with a 6'10" power forward to trap Jackson along with Paxson. Not a real clean look that time for Mark Jackson.
And that's 4 fouls on Paxson. Cartwright with a good play. Knicks will inbound with 14 on the 24.
Let's see, Mark Jackson has to take that ball maybe 2 more dribbles down, and then Patrick Ewing would have had a dunk if he could have delivered the ball.
Jackson. McDaniel. And his pass picked off by Grant. Ewing jumping out on Pippen. Left Cartwright open for an instant. Here's Pippen. Bulls have to reset it. He stepped out. It will be New York ball.
New York bouncing right back with another outstanding defensive sequence, producing the turnover, the baseline drive, and the foot touches the line. Great call by Jake O'Donnell.
Oh, he's the best in the business, you know, but right now, it's not, in the first half and first quarter, we had a real fast pace. And now this pace is the New York pace. It's a slow-down game. There's a lot of turnovers, and it's going to a walk now. And when it goes to a walk, it favors New York. They love this type of pace.
Wilkins able to recover, and he's fouled. Grant going for the rejection. Call for his second.
Gerald Wilkins took a look, saw that lane open up for a second. It's almost like he said, let me hurry up and get to the rim before it closes back down. This is my chance to do what I do best, become a driving, slashing type player.
Wilkins making his first appearance at the line. He's hit 2 of 6 from the field. Picked up the early fouls, went to the bench. John Starks came on and played well. Gerald turning it around after the difficult time the first 3 games of the series.
Well, I think what he was a guy worrying about Michael Jordan too much in the first 3 games. In the last 3 games, he was a guy just saying, okay, I know I have to play Michael Jordan, but I'm going to also make Michael play on the offensive end, and that's why his game has escalated.
Actually, over the course of recent seasons, Gerald Wilkins done a decent job against Michael Jordan, and the reason is he's occupied Jordan early in games, and Jordan has had to defend against Wilkins. Here's Pippen with the screen shot, and Ewing had it knocked away. Grant with the steal. Well, Ewing lost it because he was casual with the rebound. Paxson, rare to see him off the dribble, and it's tipped home. Michael Jordan soaring for the tip. He has 32. Bulls lead 65-57. Foul called on Ewing. Offensive foul. That's his 4th.
But a moment ago, this is what got the crowd going. When the shot goes up, Michael Jordan is going to come flying in and tip it and dunk it. You got to keep a body. Then when New York comes back down, Ewing tries to clear space with that arm. Offensive foul call.
Right now, Pat Riley staying with Patrick Ewing. John Starks has replaced Gerald Wilkins. Anthony Mason getting set to come on, so Ewing will sit down. Here's Jordan. What a feed for Grant. But he stepped out. He came from out of bounds, and the basket does not count.
Mar, before that, Michael Jordan was not begging for it, but demanding the basketball, and 2 of his guys did not give him the ball down low on John Starks, and he was upset at them and telling them about it on the way down the court.
Right now, New York is going to go to its baseline screen series. Starks, the 2-man, either screens from McDaniel or for Patrick Ewing when he's in the game. Trying to post up McDaniel initially.
Jordan going for the steal, deflected it out. So Patrick Ewing sitting down after picking up his 4th. Anthony Mason now up front with Charles Oakley and Xavier McDaniel. So Oakley at the center position. Here's Jackson. That was a 3-point attempt. Starks gets it back. Jackson had it knocked away, and he's fouled. If it's Paxson, it's number 5, and it is. 5 fouls committed by John Paxson, and he'll be replaced by B.J. Armstrong.
Marv, this is a critical part of the game for the New York Knicks. Very critical, because Patrick Ewing is down. That's 20-something points on the bench. Now, they're going to have to find out who is going to be the guy to make up those points, who can keep us in the ball game until we can get Patrick back.
Although in this series, when Ewing has been sidelined, the Knicks have done exceptionally well. And a holding foul on the Bulls. That is their 4th team foul, 2nd on Griffith.
X-Man, the guy they're trying to post up, that's the score they want to go to right now. But in the double team, you see the grab of the wrist.
Jordan got a piece of that shot from Starks. Double pump. McDaniel blocked. Here's Oakley. He's blocked and fouled. But you have to like the Chicago defense. 3 blocked shots in that 1 possession.
Boy, you think you got it. Here comes Horace Grant. I'm going to block your shot. Here comes Oakley. He said, okay, I got it. No, here comes Grant again. Boy, this is 7-game playoff basketball at its best right now. Good defense on both sides of the court.
Foul on Pippen. His hit 2 of 2 from the line. Chicago with 6 blocked shots.
You know, most times block shots take place from a defensive player away from the actual ball. It's a guy helping out, a guy rotating over. Not too many times you get a straight-up block on the guy you're guarding. And Chicago, with Grant, Pippen, and Jordan flying all over the court. I mean, when you go up to shoot it, you have to have eyes behind your head before you let it go.
Exactly.
It's the Bulls 65, the Knicks 59. We're just under 5 minutes remaining. Third quarter. Marv Albert, Mike Bertello, Magic Johnson, and Ahmad Rashad from Chicago. Backdoor pass deflected out by the Knicks.
You know what, Marv? I don't like that with Cartwright going back door. Right now, you got Oakley on him. Hey, take Oakley. He's too small to handle Bill Cartwright. Cartwright should be more often-minded. Now they take Cartwright out. Well, now it's an even-Steven game now. So I thought maybe they should have left him in to go at Oakley.
Well, Stacey King has come on for Bill Cartwright. King missed the first 2 games of the series with the flu. Sat out Thursday night with a bad throat. Here's Jordan splitting through. Jordan with the steal. And then it's stolen by Starks. McDaniel chased by Jordan. It's a clean block.
Whose game is it? It's Michael Jordan's game.
And that's why Magic said before he was demanding the basketball from his teammates. He knows right now he's got it. He feels it. He splits the potential trap. And then after scoring, comes right back with a terrific defensive play.
Doing it all. Last touch by Starks. That was one of the most remarkable sequences that you will see. Michael Jordan doing it in every phase of the game. First the bucket, then the steal, then he lost it, and then he's able to hustle back and come up with the rejection. Knicks have missed their last 6 field goal attempts. We come up on 4 minutes to go. In the third, Bulls lead 67-59. Shot clock running down. Armstrong hits from downtown. And the Knicks call for time.
Even with shift on the fly 4-wheel drive. High-track independent front suspension. And a rugged fuel-injected V6. There are still some places you'd never dream of taking your family unless you owned a Toyota 4Runner. Go ahead. Put yourself out there.
Driving a top fuel car is basically the feel of being shot out of a cannon. The acceleration is very great, and the slowdown period is very great. When the parachute comes out in a car, it pulls another 4 Gs, just stopping the opposite direction. Many of the drivers that come out of these cars at the end of the day, when they look at their body at night, they're black and blue from the harness being around them. The level of speed we operate in, normally around 290 miles an hour, your level of concentration has to be there. So you better have it all together.
My kid's big game, and I was out of deodorant. So I used a Suave Super Stick. Things couldn't have been closer, but Suave's odor protection hung tough. And since I knew it cost less, I switched.
Suave Super Stick deodorant. So effective, you won't believe the price.
When you've got a tough case of athlete's foot, the itching, the cracking, the burning, you want a medicine that acts tough. Tough Actin Tenactin.
Clinically proven Tenactin cures even the tough cases of athlete's foot fungus. Get Tough Actin Tenactin.
School's almost over, and Mel Gibson's throwing the summer's first big blowout. Bird on a Wire, 8:30, 7:30 Central after Fresh Prince, NBC Monday.
Michael Jordan was so good in this series, got to show you again. First he gets the inbound pass, then he starts to dribble. He splits the double team right there, first move. Now he continues for the score. Then he turns around and looks for the basketball, picks it off like a wide defensive back in football, but loses it. Still hustles back and makes up with effort by preventing the sure layup for the New York Knicks. Because 2 days off, recharged his battery, his energy level is up.
And Chicago in the midst of a 10-2 run. They go to pressure. Obviously, Pat Riley feels this is the ball game right here. He has sent Patrick Ewing back onto the floor with the 4 fouls.
Yes, this is it. 7th game. This is for everything. I mean, you got to play him right now.
Here's Starks. He was hit by Jordan. Yes, and it counts. And he gets the call on the continuation. So Starks will go to the line. That is the first foul charge to Michael Jordan.
Well, you couldn't ask for anything better. You have to go back with Ewing because the game is on the line now. You win or lose it right here. Then Starks comes out of the timeout. You want a deuce? How about a chance to get 3 if Starks converts the free throw? All of a sudden, the deficit back below double digits once again.
The Knicks had not scored a field goal in 5 minutes and 12 seconds prior to that bucket by John Starks. You recall, in Game 6 Thursday night, the Knicks opening up with a 13-0 run in the 4th quarter against the Bulls. They went 6-10 without scoring at all.
If you're Chicago right now, you got to be saying inside your head, you know what? These guys don't go away. We keep looking up at the board, and they're still there.
Hey, it's a lot of time, a lot of basketball to be played still.
Here's Jordan with the pull-up. Air ball, recovered by Pippen. And Jake O'Donnell, very emphatic about his call, says loose ball foul on Starks. Third team foul committed by the Knicks. For each Knick player, this is clearly the biggest game of their NBA career. For the Bulls, their most significant game since they faced Detroit in Game 7 2 years ago and lost to the Pistons. Pippen had it knocked away by Jackson.
And as soon as Pat Riley saw that Ewing wound up on Pippen, he called for his double-team defense. He had to get the ball out of Pippen's hands, afraid that Ewing would pick up his 5th foul.
Shot clock at 8. Jordan for King. Rebounded by Grant. Yes, and it counts. Horace Grant has come up with a number of enormous baskets.
Well, in the first 6 games, New York did not allow Chicago offensive rebounds. In this game right here, offensive rebound. Here you see Grant coming in strong, and he goes right back up with a nice finger roll move. Got fouled. Strong move by Horace Grant.
Anthony Mason called on the foul. Bulls now lead 72-62, just under 3 minutes remaining. 3rd quarter. Ewing facing the double team. Here's Starks. Illegal defense called for the 2nd time against Chicago, so the Knicks will go to the line and shoot a technical. Charles Oakley returns for Anthony Mason. Starks to the line. He will shoot the tee. He is 2 of 3 from the foul line. John Starks, a man who played at 4 colleges in 4 years. Back in 88-89, he appeared in 36 games for Golden State, had stints in the CBA and the USBL, emerged last year as a valuable member of the Knicks and has really come on this season.
You know, that sounds like a man who really wanted to play in the NBA to me.
His itinerary very similar to Anthony Mason. Grant with the rejection. For Horace Grant, his 4th block shot. For the Bulls, their 7th rejection for the game. Oh, what a spin by Jordan!
You know, Marv, that time he spun away from the double team, caught Ewing coming at him, and went up underneath. Great move.
Grant with the steal. Michael Jordan with 36. He has shown the way. "20-second timeout called by Scottie Pippen. The Bulls lead it 74-62, and this to the Michael Jordan.
Well, most of the time he's been coming to the middle. This time he fooled everybody, went baseline, and went up under for two.
The big thing here is how quickly he has to make a decision. Nobody in the middle. He takes a quick look, then comes back, avoids Ewing rotating over to try and block it, and then has the ability to finish with his left hand. For all the youngsters out there that coaches keep telling you have to learn how to use both hands, that's the reason why. So you can make a Jordan baseline move.
And you wonder what makes a superstar is games like this. Game 7, the biggest game, he comes through big.
Most points scored in a playoff game, Michael Jordan with 63. He did it back in April of '86 against the Boston Celtics. Elgin Baylor had 61 against Boston back in '62. And Jordan also with a 56 and a 55-point game. 36 thus far today. Shot clock running down. Grant had to pop it up. Minute 35 to go in the third. The Bulls lead by 12. It represents their biggest lead. Here's Ewing. Rush the shot. And last touch by the Knicks.
You know, Marv, I know he's got to get shots in Ewing, but the team they have out there on the floor for the Bulls, nobody on their team can guard him down low. And if you Pat Riley, you probably like to see him down low right now to take advantage of his height difference over King.
Well, earlier in the series, Pat Riley sent the message he wants Patrick Ewing's head as he put it under the basket. At times he would drift outside. He does have the good touch. But Ewing has settled for jump shots once again. And has not been a force in the game this afternoon. He has 18 points, but his presence has not been felt. Pippen with the rebound. 2-on-1. Armstrong for King, and the foul.
Well, when they get numbers and get out on the fast break, they have the ability to see, pass, convert, and King, who has been sick, has missed practices, not able to play in the last couple of games, back today, and he's happy about it for sure.
You know, the thing that I see here is that the muscle game, the hard foul game has not occurred today. It hasn't been a factor for the New York Knicks. And with that not being a factor, you can see Chicago is able to play their game with fancy free dunks, a lot of layups.
It's more of the open floor game that the Bulls love to play. Patrick Ewing cuts it to a 77-64 Chicago lead. Getting back to the subject of Stacey King, he has been very effective when he's played the Knicks. Earlier this year when Bill Cartwright was out with a broken left hand, King started at center against the Knicks and did very well. He gives Chicago a different dimension at center. Shot clock at 2, down to 1. Armstrong. Oh, another big bucket for B.J. Armstrong. 3 seconds to go. Third quarter. Starks gets it down. Wilkins gets it off. After 3 in Chicago, led by Michael Jordan, who has scored 36. The Bulls with their biggest lead, not only of the game, but of this series. Bulls 79, the Knicks 64. We'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station.
Wouldn't it be great if your blind date, Rachel, turned out to be Rachel Hunter, the international model, and you had a romantic dinner at the beach with beer, really great beer, like Keystone Light, and things went really well. So you had Rachel build you a beach house, because it turned out that Rachel was a great little homemaker. Cold filtered Keystone, Keystone Light, and Keystone Dry. Bottle beer tastes in a can.
So what's left to do?
Finish shingling the roof.
I'll do that in the morning.
Wouldn't that be great?
Hey, kids, Clyde Drexler is calling the shots.
Close. It was really close.
Ahmad Rashad is talking trash.
I got him now. Got him right where I want him.
And Will Obey's doing the play-by-play.
He's going to have to work on his drop shot.
Also, who said tricks were for kids? If this doctor's in the house, magic's in the air. Not your normal features, not your normal announcers, not your normal playoff show. But then again, who wants normal? NBA Inside Stuff, Saturday on NBC.
This is the NBC Television Network.
No other truck is built for tough. You'll leave them all in a cloud of dust. No matter it was meant to be, or it sets you free. No other truck makes the bad feel good. Those others aren't winning like they said they would. Ford lifts you up when you're down. It'll set you free. You gotta hit the ground running. Better kick out the dirt. They're gonna see you coming. You better hit the ground running in a new Ford truck. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey. You better hit the ground running in a new Ford truck.
This is WTVA, Mississippi's news channel.
The cast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Well, earlier today, as seen on NBC, the Cleveland Cavaliers defeated the Boston Celtics 122-104, led by Brad Daugherty at 27 points, 9 rebounds. So they win that game, series in 7. And they'll face the winner between the Knicks and Chicago in the NBA draft lottery earlier today. Orlando won the #1 selection, followed by Charlotte, Minnesota, and then Dallas and Denver, and so on. But Pat Williams and Orlando just delighted as they came up with the #1 selection in the lottery. It is a 15-point Chicago lead as we open up in this fourth quarter. Foul committed by John Starks, his fourth. Let's go to Ahmad.
All right, Marv, just some comments from Shaquille O'Neal. He watched the draft lottery with his agent in Brentwood. He was calm throughout the whole thing, and when the announcement came, he had a smile because his former LSU teammate Stanley Roberts plays there. He's relieved that it's over, and he was flattered by the comments made by Pat Williams of the Magic, and he views the organization as a classy one. Marv?
All right, Ahmad. Yes, I would think he does view it as a very classy organization with a very nice contract to follow. Here's Jordan, and he's stopped. He thought he was fouled. Knicks on a rare fast break, but the Bulls got back. Here's Ewing over King. Yes.
Marv, that's what I was talking about. You got to go to that matchup right now for New York. If they're going to get back in this game, Patrick Ewing is going to be the man who's going to lead them back.
And the other thing, Matt, in the third quarter, when you talk about points in the paint down low, Chicago 14, New York only 6.
And the Knicks with only 13 points in the third quarter. They were outscored 23-13. Oakley called for his second foul. Chicago ended the third quarter outscoring the Knicks by the margin of 19-7.
And Chicago ending the third quarter with 79 points, their highest previous total at the end of 3 quarters twice. They've had 71 in this series against New York. So being 8 up on that, it looked like Chicago was playing a style and more up-tempo game.
Not to get off the basketball game here, though, I wonder how Shaquille going to feel when he asked for the $5 million. Is he going to still feel that Orlando is a classy organization?
I mean, when they say no?
Yeah.
Bulls 81 and the Knicks 66.
The new arena is under construction to increase the seating capacity to be able to pay that.
Knicks in a 3-guard alignment. Ewing bottled up. The defensive job of Horace Grant very much a major part of the success story for the Bulls here this afternoon. And now, a foul called on the Bulls.
You know, what happens is right here, Horace Grant went up to block the shot. Ewing went to pass it, and he knocked it away from him. You know, some guys' games are measured by points or stats. Horace Grant game cannot be measured by stats or points.
And there's one guy I know who's particularly happy with the performance, and that's Johnny Bach, assistant coach with Chicago, who was in the hospital, just had an angioplasty done a couple days ago, was feeling better. I spoke with him last night, and Grant is his personal, that's his guy. That's his warrior, he calls him. He's taking him under his wing and pays extra special attention to him.
Yes, Johnny Bach and Horace Grant have had a very close relationship over the years. Patrick Ewing only 8 for 20 from the field, not getting quality shots in the second half. Wilkins with the box out. Starks, Wilkins, and now Anthony in the three-guard setup. McDaniel and King with the rebound.
King, a good job of boxing out on the defensive board. Ewing had no chance at all of getting to it, so he just had to turn, run back down the other end.
Here's Pippen. Pat Riley very upset. He felt there should have been a charge on Pippen. That was one of those no harm, no foul calls as Ewing tried to pick up the foul against Griffith, and no call was made.
And I think Pat's point there is, look, we've heard about all this complaining about the hard fouls that we take. When we play good defense, don't try to hurt anybody, step in and take a charge, then call it.
Supernatural Phenomena, Special Unsolved Mysteries, NBC Tonight.
The last thing the average person wants is the average car. That's why the new Mazda brought you the return of the pure sports car, the all-new RX-7, and the return of the Roadster, the Miata. That's why our 929 feels timeless, and our MX-3 feels personal. It's why every Mazda will fulfill its promise in a way no other car can.
And you'll find
Miller Genuine Draft presents Genuine Memories.
Guy standing right over him.
Well, today's Miller Genuine Draft Genuine Memory takes us back to Game 5 of the 1970 NBA Championship Series. Knicks captain Willis Reed went down with the injured hip. Willis missed Game 6, but heroically came back in Game 7, leading the Knicks to the championship against the Los Angeles Lakers at Madison Square Garden. Reed came out, hit those two early inspirational jump shots, played briefly, but it turned out that was enough. And in recognition of this memorable moment, Miller Genuine Draft donates $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. 3 minutes gone by in the fourth quarter. The Bulls lead 83-66. The pass could not be handled by Ewing. Frank Hodges has checked back in, as has Scott Williams, and the Bulls go with a three-guard alignment.
Yeah, New York now understanding that the clock is against them. They need points on the board. They got a small team in there trying to force some turnovers, get some quickness on the floor, and get down and get some shots up.
Foul on Xavier McDaniel. A reminder, tonight, it's an all-new special 2-hour edition of Unsolved Mystery. UFOs, ghosts, murder mysteries, and then NBC brings you a motion picture event based on the #1 bestseller, Fooled Out, starring Ed Asner, Blythe Danner, Dennis Farina. That's coming your way tonight here on NBC. Michael Jordan with 40 points. The Bulls lead 85-66, and a blocking foul charge to Armstrong.
This has probably been his easiest 40 points that he has gotten probably against the Knicks. His shots have come in different ways, drive, but most of them have come in posting up, turning in the lane, and beating his man. So Michael Jordan is really on top of his game, and I thought he would be.
Oh, what a shot by John Starks. Off balance, able to hit. Starks with 13. Bulls lead 85-68.
Has all the talk about Starks, where he should have been ejected for the foul against Pippen in the last game, has that taken the edge off of New York's defense? Have they not delivered some of the blows that they did in the first 6 games?
I think all the talk in the paper, you know, everybody now coming here to Chicago saying that it's football, it's this and that. And I think they came out maybe thinking, well, we better not get into that type of game. But see, that was the wrong attitude, because you play the game that has gotten you this far. And today they didn't play that type of game, because Michael's had, what, 6 or 7 layups today.
This game has seen only one rough moment. Foul given by Wilkins off that spin by Jordan. We did have the double technical on McDaniel and Jordan earlier. Both teams came together, but that basically has been it. As you mentioned, there really haven't been any severe fouls that have been given up.
You know, as you watch what's taking place out here today, we've heard about the beautiful flow and movement of the Chicago offense. And then last year, we used to hear about how the LA Laker offense was so stagnant. It was just Magic going down and making decisions. Well, I see Jordan down there making a lot of decisions. It looks kind of similar.
Bill Cartwright extending to an 87-68 lead. 7:20 remaining in the fourth quarter. Wilkins, and the foul, a hold on Jordan, who does not like the call.
Well, he felt that Ewing grabbed him instead of like the referee thought that he grabbed Ewing. Here it is right here. See, Ewing grabbed Michael in the back of the jersey and said, get out of here. You don't belong down here with the big men.
And let's remember, Michael does have one technical on him already. The next one, he's in the locker room early.
I don't think today.
You think they maybe remember that, right?
Oh, Armstrong and Starks want to go at each other. B.J. Armstrong pointing in the direction of John Starks. That's number 5 on Starks. Now, here's how this developed. Let's take a look.
B.J. trying to take away the path under the basket, so Starks changes direction and throws B.J. down to the floor. You know what? Everybody wants to pick on B.J. He looks like he's 12 years old out there on the floor.
I asked Scottie Pippen before the game, would he attempt to deal a payback to Starks for that flagrant foul the other day. Hodges with a 2-pointer, and the Bulls just rolling it up. Well, Pippen said he would not get involved early, but if it's a blowout, he said he might be looking for Starks. 6:48 remaining in the fourth.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. You got to see that's how I dream to be. I dream I move. I dream I groove.
Like Mike. If I could be like Mike. I'm gonna be like Mike. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Be like Mike. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike.
The dream of a pure sports car has been kept alive by the people who race them. Those who believe in the simple thrill that only comes from driving a lightweight car with a lot of power. A car that car companies no longer made. But now, the new Mazda, the people who brought back the Roadster, announce the return of the pure sports car. The new RX-7.
Mazda, it just feels right.
Hey, I'm vain. Of course I'm vain. That's why I comb my hair the way I do. I dress the way I do. That's why I stay in shape.
To compete against men half your age takes a certain kind of power.
That's why I play like an animal.
The power of Power Stick.
I give it everything I have every time I walk out there.
50% more wetness and odor fighters per stroke.
This works best for me. I don't want people going around saying, whew, that Connors, he's tough to be around.
Power Stick by Fabergé. Power that won't let you down.
I told you I was vain.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by the new Mazda. Mazda, it just feels right. By Gatorade, it's all you're thirsting for. And by the Prudential. In a changing world, one thing remains rock solid, the Prudential.
Well, the usual sellout crowd here at Chicago Stadium, including Jack Nicholson. I guess he wanted to see a big ball game, making the trip from Los Angeles.
No, he's here finishing up the Jimmy Hoffa story.
That's what I said. I guess he had a movie locally, and he wanted to see a big ball game.
I wonder if he'll give Coach Fratello a part in that new movie.
As a villain.
What part would you like him to give it?
Is it a monster movie? Starks not able to hit. Rebounded by Cartwright. The Knicks with only 17 points in the second half. They had 13 in the third quarter. 6:25 remaining in the fourth. The Cleveland Cavaliers waiting in the wings after beating Boston earlier today off the strip. Anthony able to get it down. Here's Wilkins. That's a two-point shot for Gerald Wilkins. Put on the line. Michael Jordan indicating, let's settle down here. Big lead, but you never know. It's a 19-point advantage, but much time remaining. Backdoor pass for Grant. Well, this time it worked.
Well, you still have to be on the attack mode. That's what Michael was saying. Let's slow it down, but we still got to attack. You know, I think the Chicago Bulls want to blow them out to just prove a point to the New York Knicks.
And also perhaps to the rest of the NBA looking on and seeing that the Bulls could be vulnerable after they have been extended to 7 games by the Knicks.
I think that teams feel a little better now, like Cleveland. I feel better playing against them now. But, you know, Cleveland don't have the personnel to play the same type of game as in New York, but they have better offensive players.
Armstrong off the break. So the Bulls open up a 93-70 lead as we come up on 5 minutes remaining, fourth quarter.
It's got to be one of the worst feelings when you know it's bad and it's getting worse and there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
Foul committed by Jordan. And Mark Jackson returns, replacing Greg Anthony.
Well, how many times in this series have you seen the Chicago Bulls run out this easy and not be contested on layups, and not too often?
Well, it's the biggest game, the most important game. It just hasn't happened for the Knicks in terms of fouls and what the Knicks did to the Bulls have done to the Knicks today. Team defense, they've rebounded the ball, and they got some easy layups because of those two factors.
And Michael Jordan came out asserting himself. The Bulls shooting just under 59% for the game. The crowd bidding the Knicks goodbye with 4:55 remaining in the fourth quarter. And the foul called on the Knicks. It's called on Ewing. That is his 5th. Horace Grant will go to the line. Horace Grant in his 5th season out of Clemson, usually among the leaders in shooting percentage, and has come up with a very strong performance. See the Band-Aid, that is the result of one of many Knick blows that were dealt during the course of this series.
Well, at 4 different times during this 7-game series, the game has had to been stopped by the officials because one of the Bulls players, and it's been 4 different ones, have been cut, an open wound. They had to stop the game.
Starks from downtown, and Armstrong gets to it. 4.5 remaining in this fourth quarter. Knicks shooting only 38% this afternoon. Pippen hacked by Wilkins.
Well, first of all, Michael Jordan with the cotton trying to stop his bloodied nose, and then Pippen was cut across the chin, so they had to get him straightened out. And then the cut on the back of John Paxson's arm, and then Grant showing the doc that, look, I'm scratching, it's bleeding over here. I mean, Chip Schaefer could come away with the big trophy at the end of this series for the most valuable person.
They were not only be happy that the New York Knicks are gone, but they will welcome a good night's sleep finally because they haven't been sleeping good because they thought this was going to be an easy series, and it's turned out to be opposite that.
They may wake up once or twice or one more night just thinking they got to face them again.
Well, a Knick victory over Chicago in this series would have ranked as McDaniel hits on the reverse stuff, and here's it from the crowd. The Knicks been able to pull off the upset. It would have ranked arguably as the biggest upset in NBA playoff history. The reason that this is a Knick club that won 51 games, but a Knick team that faltered in the final weeks. They blew the Atlantic Division by losing 5 of the last 8 games, so Boston was able to win it. They were red hot at the end. They had very few wins over the elite teams. They were dominated by the likes of Chicago and Cleveland and Boston. McDaniel was fouled. And they faced a defending champion Chicago Bulls team that had gone 67-15. They'd roared through the regular season.
But you know what, Marv, no matter what has happened here today, they have a lot to build on the Knicks for next season. Pat Riley and his whole staff, as well as the players, can feel happy about being here in a 7th game. They've gotten New York City back in the New York Knicks once again, and so this has been great for them. This is really their season right now.
What they've done, Riley, the staff, the players, and upper management, they've restored law and order, and the franchise is definitely now back, heading in the positive direction that they all understand. You need to have that same common goal and interest type of thing to make it work and ultimately reach the championship, and that's what it's all about.
And I think that the Knicks staff, headed by New York Knicks president Dave Checketts, well aware that there are still moves that have to be made. I don't think they fooled themselves by the fact that the Knicks knocked off Detroit. They take Chicago to a 7th game. They know there is a dire need for outside shooting. Jordan. And the call is last touch by the Knicks. You know, there's one stretch this season with the Knicks chugging along on top of the Atlantic Division that if you put Pat Riley or Dave Checketts or Ernie Grunfeld of the Knicks staff, there's Jordan. Michael Jordan with 42 points. If you put them on truth serum, they would say that aside from Patrick Ewing, they would trade that night the rest of the starting team. That's how far this club has come, and that really represents. Starks hits the three-pointer. What a remarkable job was accomplished by Pat Riley.
No, what's remarkable to me is that you know the effects of this truth serum and what it would do to these individuals to make a statement like that they're going to trade the other 11 guys from this team. That's what's amazing to me. Remarkable.
Well, no, I didn't say 11. I said the other starters.
Oh, starters.
You know, when you have the magic elixir, you can do anything.
Well, talent-wise, you know, they didn't win these 3 games against the Bulls on talent. They won it on hustle, heart, and hard play. That's how they won the 3 games. And so what the Knicks saying, hey, we need some more skilled players, a shooter, maybe a guy that can go one-on-one. And if they get those guys, everybody in the East better watch out.
And this crowd providing a standing ovation for the Chicago Bulls.
Where do you want to be in 20 years?
Well, my father worked for the same company for 39 years. He got 2 weeks vacation, but we never traveled far. He was saving to put 3 kids through college. At 65, he retired. At 67, he died. How can I invest so that after my kids graduate, I can enjoy the second half of my life?
You can get there from here with Shearson Lehman Brothers.
What's most important to you?
My wife. We've been married for 31 years.
32. Definitely these guys.
What's most important? Jack, of course.
My granddaughter, Susan. The new Ford Crown Victoria now offers anti-lock brakes with traction assist and dual airbags. Because shouldn't your car know what's important to you?
Have you driven a Ford lately?
It was their dangerous game.
There's no other feeling like it.
A deadly fantasy played with innocent lives.
What's that on your jeans? Is that blood?
But if the game goes too far...
What if my parents were dead? That's the ultimate.
Would they hurt the people they loved most?
This is not a game, damn it. This is real life.
Cruel Doubt on NBC tonight.
Boy, news travels fast here in Chicago, doesn't it? Benny the Bull right on the scene. Well, Chicago will move on to face Cleveland for the Eastern Conference Final. And over the regular season, the Bulls did take 3 out of 5. However, that last meeting, April 14th, the Cleveland Cavaliers won by 15, but Michael Jordan was sidelined by injury.
And if you want to talk about that last game and the other games, Michael Jordan is averaging over 40 points against the Cleveland Cavaliers during the regular season. And so if you say 115 to 100 and add 40 points, that's 140. So it would have been 5-0. So that's Cleveland's main problem is Michael Jordan.
Here's Grant. Shot clock running down. It's a one count, 24-second violation. I guess Michael doesn't look worn down. That was the feeling coming into today's game, but he has erupted, as has Scottie Pippen, who has come up with a triple-double, 17 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. Armstrong. B.J. Armstrong has been a major factor. Michael Jordan sitting it out the rest of the way, finishes with 42 points on 15 of 29 from the floor. So the Bulls blowing out the Knicks to win game number 7. We're down to a minute 28 remaining in the fourth quarter. A reminder tonight, right here on NBC, it's All Real Mystery Night. First, a special new 2-hour edition of Unsolved Mysteries, and then a world premiere event, Cruel Doubt, based on the true story of a shocking family murder. The book, the current #1 bestseller. That's tonight, right here on NBC. Crowd applauding the efforts of Horace Grant. 14 points, 6 rebounds, 4 block shots.
My question right now is, Jordan's out, Grant's out. With Pippen's ankle the way it is, I don't take a chance right now. Pippen's on the bench. This game is over. Long way to go yet for another championship. Get him out of the game before something happens that shouldn't happen.
This is still a bitter rivalry, and if he goes to the basket or something, they're going to still slam him to the ground. I'm with you on that one, because you remember, you got one day in between the game. Tuesday comes in 2 days, so get him on the bench, and the game is over, and you had a good night. And I don't know if he's trying to save him for an ovation or what, but he should be on the bench right now.
And it is another standing ovation for the Chicago Bulls. 33 seconds remaining. Stark. Call for the foul.
You know, we've paid tribute to the New York Knicks and Pat Riley and the job they've done, and they've established it with rebounding and great defense. But let's not forget this Chicago Bulls team. And all we talked about last year on the way to the finals and the championship was this great defense that they had, this scrambling, pressing, trapping defense that forced turnovers and then easy scores. And 79 points on the board right now for New York. I think they made a defensive statement today.
Well, what they found out in this series is that winning back-to-back is not going to be easy for them. This is a 7-game series. The next series might be 7, and whoever they play in the finals is going to give them all they want to if they get that far. So what all this is going to make them is a stronger team, I believe, in the next round against Cleveland. So, yes, I had to go off to the Chicago Bulls on a game where they needed their stars. Pippen and Jordan came through, but I think the unsung hero here was Grant. He did all the little things, all the nasty things that go unwritten about.
Bernard Winchester hitting that jump shot for the Knicks to make it 106-81, and the Bulls just running it down as they hear it from the crowd. A three-pointer to conclude matters. Bulls 109, Knicks 81. And players come together here in the final seconds. Only 0.8 of a second remain. And Livingston to the line.
This is something here. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be in this series next season, because it's going to be a war in the regular season with these two teams. You know, I wonder if Oakley and Jordan going to be as close as friends in the summertime after this series.
Well, the two teams do shake hands as they head back to their respective locker rooms. The Chicago Bulls have defeated the New York Knicks 110-81 to take this grueling series in 7. The Bulls move on to face the Cavaliers. The series beginning here in Chicago on Tuesday. We'll be right back.
For the Fergusons, just going to the store can be quite an adventure. The incredibly civilized Ford Explorer. The overwhelming choice of Explorers everywhere.
I hope when people see Subway, bells go off and they think, good sandwich. We don't deep fry or freeze dry. Everything's fresh. Each morning, I slice tomatoes, onions. I even bake the bread. These days, people think a lot about what food to eat. Nothing's more honest than a good sandwich. So if the body's a temple, this is the place to come when the temple gets hungry.
The price of a good sandwich just got lower. The 6-inch cold cut combo, only $1.49 for a limited time at Subway.
Upper Deck takes you there.
Well, the Bulls over the Knicks in Game 7, 110-81. Michael Jordan leading the way with 42. Let's go to Ahmad with Michael.
All right, Michael, a lot of people had talked about coming in this game that you were tired, you got wore down in the fourth quarter. Obviously, that wasn't the case today.
Well, I think the day off really helped us mentally. You know, we've been thinking basketball every day, and then Phil gave us a day off, and everybody got away from basketball and got ourselves back together mentally, and, you know, it really helped. You saw it today.
I think mentally you guys got a shot in the arm because coming into this series, you maybe thought you were going to get by New York pretty easy, and they pretty much woke you up.
You got to give this New York team credit, man. They pushed us to the limits. They really played extremely well.
All right, congratulations on the next round.
Thanks.
All right.
And next for Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls, the Cleveland Cavaliers, game 1 of that best of 7, beginning here in Chicago on Tuesday. We'll be right back.
What could he possibly be doing with his wife on a Saturday afternoon?
Gonna clean up the garage or scrub the toilet. She's like a slave driver, that woman, you know?
I never let a woman treat me that way.
So what should we do tonight?
We can talk about cars.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, have you seen what McCulloch's been up to?
No, we've been on vacation.
There it is. It's a McCulloch string trimmer. It cuts weeds and edges grass in places where a lawnmower won't go.
What's McCulloch gonna come up with next?
See the new, more powerful McCulloch string trimmers and put back to work.
In a world of sweeping changes, there is one certainty. The financial strength of the rock. The Prudential Rock Solid.
This is where there is no local grocery. This is where there is no food to go home to. This is where the children go hungry. But thanks to an organization called CARE, this is also where millions who once faced starvation are now being fed. In his homeland of Africa, the NBA's Manute Bol has seen that a little care can make a world of difference.
Show that you care.
Once again, final score here in Chicago, Bulls 110, the Knicks 81. Our next NBA telecast here on NBC next Saturday afternoon, game 3 of the Bulls-Cavaliers series, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time with Showtime. Tonight, a real-life mystery night, starting with a special feature-length 2-hour Unsolved Mysteries, and then the world premiere of Cruel Doubt. For Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, Ahmad Rashad, I'm Marv Albert. Thanks for tuning in.
A promotional fee has been paid to NBC by Delta Airlines. We love to fly, and it shows.
The preceding has been a presentation of NBC Sports, network of the games of the 25th Olympiad.
The silver screen team that blew away the critics comes to NBC.
Hallelujah!
Mel Gibson.
You were a hairdresser?
Hi, Scotty. Goldie Hawn.
I just took a shower with a cockroach from hell.
The network premiere.
You asked me to look at your butt?
Bird on a Wire. 8:30 Mondays, 7:30 Central on NBC.
You gotta hit the ground running. Better kick out dirt. They're gonna see you coming. You better hit the ground running in a new Ford truck. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey. You better hit the ground running in a new Ford truck.
You're invited to a wedding extravaganza. They proposed on Maury, so why not get married on Maury? Now, Maury Povich gives away not 1, not 2, but 3 ladies on the biggest day of their lives. Talk about a big event. So whatever you do, don't be late. 3 weddings and a giant reception for the entire country. It's the wedding of a lifetime, times 3.
It's the day they got married on Maury. We'll save a piece of cake for you.
Tomorrow morning at 10 here on WTVA.
You gotta hit the ground running. Better kick out dirt. They're gonna see you coming. You better hit the ground running in a new Ford truck. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey. You better hit the ground running in a new Ford truck.
Watch the Maury Povich Show weekday mornings at 10.
Unsolved Mysteries, the 100th episode will continue.
Wednesday, this military photograph proves that UFOs exist. See why hundreds of witnesses and Air Force radar say that UFOs are invading the countryside. Plus, 2 innocent boys died in this burning building. Was it a tragic accident or a criminal cover-up?
I always knew it was a murder.
You can catch a child killer. An all-new Unsolved Mystery, NBC Wednesday.
You know, you can be the picture of health today, laid up in the hospital tomorrow. That's why I want to alert you to this important brochure coming your way from Physicians Mutual. See, it guarantees you cash benefits for any covered hospital stay. Money paid directly to you when you need it the most. To get all the facts on this remarkable plan, be sure to look for this brochure in your Sunday newspaper. Okay? Okay.
We're here when you need us, Physicians Mutual.
Jerry Moss. Kathy had met Jerry Moss in 1983. When she became pregnant, the couple moved in together. According to Kathy, Jerry refused to get married even after Joey was born. When Joey was 2, Kathy finally moved out. In 1988, Kathy married Mike Alder, a fourth-year medical student. Together with Joey, they began a new life in Orlando, Florida. A few months later, Jerry Moss also moved to Orlando. On November 20th, 1990, Moss picked Joey up from school for a scheduled weekend visit. They never returned.
I was, of course, devastated. You know, you always have this in the back of your mind that it might happen, and you pray to God it doesn't, but you're never really prepared. This is a mother's worst nightmare, to have her child taken away from her.
Update. Before Joey's story even aired, his father, Jerry Moss, was arrested in Socorro, New Mexico. Viewers had recognized Moss's photograph in a promotional announcement for Unsolved Mysteries. Joey was immediately placed in protective custody.
I got a call at 4:45 in the afternoon, and it was a sergeant that's handling the case in Florida, and he said to me, "Are you sitting down?" And I was like, "Why should I be?" And he said, "Sit down." And I was like, oh, I knew it was something good, and he told me then that they had found Joey.
The next day, Kathy, her husband Mike, and their 11-month-old daughter Elizabeth arrived in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and were finally reunited with Joey.
Joey! Oh, honey. Oh. Let me see your head.
Let me see those teeth.
I love you.
Hey, I got someone to say hello to.
Oh, look who that is. Isn't she cute?
The reunion was made even more special when Joey was introduced to his little sister Elizabeth for the first time.
Isn't she beautiful? You want to hold her? Oh, it was just wonderful, just laying my eyes on him and grabbing him and hugging him, and it's great. It's a nightmare over. It's wonderful.
Joey is back at home, beginning to readjust to life with Kathy, Mike, and Elizabeth. Jerry Moss faces felony child abduction charges and could receive up to 3 years in prison.
Put the money in the bag.
Rachel's extremely hard of hearing.
I think maybe that he was using her at first. But over a period of time, I think he fell in love with her. Because she's a very good person. She has a lot of problems, but she's a beautiful person. She's got a very beautiful heart. And someone that give her an ounce of love, she'll pay it back tenfold. And that's why that I'm badly hurt because of that. I don't think she needed that. She had enough problems in her life without this.
With the help of the police, Rachel has remained in British Columbia and moved into a new apartment. She has returned to school and is working toward her high school diploma. Rachel is supported by monthly public assistance checks. She also receives regular anonymous cash deposits in her checking account. Charles Warren Boomer is known to travel frequently to the United States, but may now be back in the southern Ontario area. He has a tattoo featuring 2 flowers on his right forearm. a tattoo of a parrot on his left forearm. Boomer should be considered armed and dangerous. If you have any information, please contact the Hamilton Wentworth Regional Police in Hamilton, Ontario, your local Canadian law enforcement agency, or call our toll-free number, 1-800-876-5353. Next, an elegant mansion in New Jersey is said to be haunted by the ghost of its builder.
Some of you lucky people are getting new calling cards from AT&T. There's just one little hitch. That easy-to-remember card number you've always had? It's history. But don't worry, you can still have a card with your home number plus 4 digits. The new phone card from Sprint. Call now, and it even comes with 100 minutes free. So, which phone company's calling card would you rather have now?
In. Most detergents can't get that tough, oily dirt all the way out. Whisk is the only detergent with an organic cleaning system that actually unlocks those oils to release the dirt. So your clothes are cleaner. They're not yellow or dingy. Try Whisk Power Scoop and change what you mean by clean.
Total indulgence, zero guilt. Total indulgence, zero guilt.
Weight Watchers presents 3 chocolate sensations. New brownie a la mode, new cream-filled eclairs, and double fudge cake. Each just 200 calories or less. From Weight Watchers.
Total indulgence, zero guilt, yeah!
Some of the most popular stories on Unsolved Mysteries have dealt with haunted houses, poltergeists, and ghosts. In the process of filming these segments, we have discovered that spirits, like people, come in all varieties. Some are frightening, others are protective, and a few even exhibit a sprightly sense of humor. At the General Wayne Inn near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the owner claims that his resident spirits love to wreak havoc among the sexes by blowing on the nape of a woman's neck.
For God's sake, what are you doing?
What the hell are you doing?
I didn't do it.
And one Halloween, when the inn was featured on television, something caused the picture to rotate ever so slowly. At the other end of the spectrum, in the peaceful town of Horicon, Wisconsin, a family says they were tormented by angry spirits in their own home.
What is it?
Finally, the family fled after 8 months of terror.
Hurry up!
A friendly ghost is said to haunt Pawleys Island in South Carolina. Legend has it that in 1822, a young man died tragically just days before his wedding.
Flee the island. The wind is coming.
The night after he died, his spirit returned to warn his fiancée of an impending hurricane. Her family was saved. Since then, 4 other hurricanes have devastated the island. Before each one, eyewitnesses claimed they had seen the ghost of the young bridegroom. Those who encountered him were spared from destruction. Police investigators in Chicago tell the amazing story of a ghost who solved a murder case. In 1977, a doctor's wife claimed she saw the apparition of a female hospital worker who had been brutally murdered. Later, the ghost seemed to speak through the doctor's wife and named her own killer.
Tell him his name is Alan Showery.
When confronted, the suspect admitted the crime. The majestic ocean liner, the Queen Mary, is known as the ghost ship. In practically every nook and cranny, supernatural activity has been reported, especially in the pool area. And in the bow of the ship, where bizarre sounds have been captured on audio tape.
Some of you lucky people are getting new calling cards from AT&T. There's just one little hitch. That easy-to-remember card number you've always had? It's history. But don't worry, you can still have a card with your home number plus 4 digits. The new phone card from Sprint. Call now, and it even comes with 100 minutes free. So, which phone company's calling card would you rather have now?
Freddie.
Mr. Phipps.
What's the tastiest part of the pretzel?
The crispy outside.
No, the crispy outside. Say we make a pretzel that only has an outside, sort of a chip. What would you call them?
Delicious. Mr. Phipps pretzel chips.
Now in new fat-free.
This month, the Lake Edna Players present the Wild West Review, and it's a must-see. And for a must-eat, try new KFC Honey Barbecue Chicken. You're gonna love it.
New KFC Honey Barbecue Chicken for a limited time in Lake Edna or your neck of the woods.
Come and get new Honey Barbecue Chicken and a Pepsi, and get a free Pepsi Gotta Have It card, good for discounts on everything from tennis shoes to a cruise. Get it this week only at KFC. I'm expecting a stampede.
I knew Kmart would have the perfect gift for my mother, the insomniac.
An RCA 13-inch remote color TV on sale.
It's got a timer that'll turn the set off when she falls asleep.
I thought she had trouble sleeping.
Oh, only when she's in bed.
Honey, what do you think of this Brinkmann smoking grill? It's on sale.
I'm crazy about smoked food. I could smoke ham, I could smoke turkey, chicken, fish, sausage.
That was easy.
You know, I just love Kmart's low prices.
I know.
Introducing the new Ford Taurus and the ear. Its new design pleases the eye, but to please the ear, we quieted the engine, the interior, even the air conditioning. So now the idea of driving one will sound even better.
Hello. Research indicates we Americans create too much garbage. So I have spent years developing worms that eat garbage at astonishing rates. Some eat more than others.
There's an easier way to save the world. Recycle. To find out more, dial 1-800-CALL-EDF.
She made tabloid headlines.
Bennick was an ex-pinup girl, ex-cop who killed her husband's ex-wife.
You've seen her on the talk shows.
She claims the MPD framed her for murder.
She was a calendar girl.
This you?
You guys are all alike.
She was a cop.
You know what they're calling me now? Bimbo Bun.
But was she a killer?
Gun in the house that night wasn't the same gun Fred ID'd in court.
Based on the true life case.
I didn't do it.
The Bambi Bembenek story. Monday.
Excuse me, but at my house we usually say grace before meals. Would you mind if I said it now?
Uh-huh.
If you can. I'll give it a try. Benedicamus Deus, pro omnibus beneficius. Tuis qui vivat et regnat in secula seculorum. Ora pro nobis et pro patria nostra.
Okay, so you won the stinking Buckminster Scholarship Award 3 years running. Any doofus can get good grades.
Damn, could you keep it down? I just got the babies to sleep.
Oh, and Bill, Frere, and Jacques work like a charm.
I'm glad.
Oh, your little sisters are very lucky to have you at home.
Okay, but my point is that an education is fine. But the real challenge in this world is how to earn a buck.
Oh, sir, I have to disagree with you.
Bill?
Well, I just think that there are more important things than making a lot of money.
What are you planning to be? A poet?
No, my goal is the most noble calling imaginable. It's your job, sir, a teacher. The satisfaction of opening up new vistas for young people far outweighs any monetary compensation. Don't you agree, sir?
Yeah, it's a miracle a day. But the point...
Could I talk to you in the kitchen for a moment?
Not now, Elizabeth. If you really... Ow!
Ooh, you're doing great. Keep it up.
Thanks.
Bram, honey, we have a slight problem. There's not enough food.
Why not?
Well, no boys ever made it past the salad before. I didn't bother to make him any chicken.
Well, I better haul out the big guns. Give me the chicken.
Will you really show me how to use an electron microscope?
Sure, I show my little sister, and she's half your age.
Don't let this guy get away.
Oh, I won't. I won't.
So, Bill, I hope you like chicken.
I love it.
Good, good. Now, what does a red-blooded American boy like yourself prefer to sink his teeth into? Leg or breast?
Wing.
This is going great. I know. Ed is the perfect Bill.
Wendy, do me a favor. Next time I need a boy to pass Dad's dinner test, could I borrow him?
Cindy, think a minute.
Okay. Now what?
Mom and Dad already know him as Bill.
Oh, yeah. I'll have to think up a whole new name for him. All right, Wendy, what gives?
What do you mean?
I know this guy isn't Bill. He's Ed something.
Who told you?
No one. I looked inside his wallet. It fell out while I was going through his coat.
Okay, here's the story. His name is Ed, and he's pretending to be Bill because if Dad met the real Bill, he wouldn't let me anywhere near him. So please, oh, please don't say a word.
So that means you're not interested in Ed, right?
Ed? No.
Great, because I want to have his children. Wendy, I owe you an apology.
For what? For Bill. You like him too?
Right down to his soul. And all this time, I thought you were a born flirt with no taste in man. But the very fact you could bring someone home like Bill proves you're not nearly the slut bucket I thought you were. I meant that as a compliment.
Graham, how long are you going to stay out here?
I'm thinking. This guy's slick. He's got to be hiding something.
Oh, honey, why don't you just give up and admit he's a nice boy?
He was really all that nice. Why would Wendy be interested in him? Where'd she even meet a guy like this? Aha! That's it. Elizabeth, how long are you going to stay out here?
Lubbock, this pie is wonderful.
Yeah. So, Bill, how did you and Wendy meet each other?
Oh, we met in the library.
The library?
Yes, sir.
Wendy, what in God's name were you doing in the library? And don't anyone else say a word. Well, Wendy, I'm waiting.
Well, I was in the library because, I was there for detention.
So close. So you're saying that World War I was wrong? The war to end all wars? What about World War II? Or Korea? Were those wrong, too? What were you doing in the Vietnam War?
I was in daycare.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids took the easy way out. No, Elizabeth. Let's talk about Teddy Roosevelt and the building of the Panama Canal.
Oh, Graham, enough.
What?
I believe the test is over.
Huh?
Go on, tell him.
How'd I do?
You were wonderful. Yeah.
Bill, son, you passed the test.
I did? Thank you, Coach Lubbock. Thank you.
No, thank you. You're really a pretty solid guy, isn't he? Come on, let's give him some credit. You know, I think this calls for a celebration. How about a little sherry?
Excuse me?
I meant a drink.
Oh, sir, I can't. I'm underage. I have to just say no.
What's the matter? You see a cop around here? One little snort won't hurt. Put some hair on your chest. What are you, chicken?
Coach Lubbock, I'm sorry. I don't drink. Ever.
I can take out my daughter.
Pardon?
I said you can take out my stinking daughter. All right. So we pass. Let's not make a federal case out of it.
Well, young man, you could take out any of our daughters.
Thanks, but I really only want to take out Wendy.
Well, she's yours. Enjoy.
Well, thank you very much for everything, Mrs. Lubbock.
Oh, no, thank you. We loved having you. Didn't we, girl?
Yeah!
Didn't we, Graham?
Yeah, it was a thrilling minute.
Well, good night. Enjoy the movie.
We will.
We sure did.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome.
Oh, you were great, especially that part when my mom said that you could take out any one of her daughters, and you said, I only want to take out Wendy. Oh, that was beautiful.
It was true.
Oh, you can break character now. Oh, my God. It's almost V-I-I-I. We just have time for you to drive me to the place where I'm meeting Bill. Let's go.
So what time's this guy Bill supposed to meet you anyway?
8 o'clock.
Maybe he's not going to show up.
Oh, after what we went through, we better.
Oh, yeah, right. What?
When you told that story about how you helped your little sister win her merit badge and first aid, I nearly busted out laughing. I mean, how corny can you get?
Yeah, I just made that up. So, how long have you known this guy, Bill?
Oh, I just met him yesterday. This is our first date.
Great! I mean, I hope you have a great date.
You hope?
Boy, we sure made a great team, didn't we?
Uh-huh.
And just think, it would be okay with your parents if you and I went out together sometime.
Yeah.
So what do you say?
Oh, about what?
A date sometime?
You and I?
Yeah.
Would it be in this car?
I could borrow a better one.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, that might be fun. When?
Hey, babe, ready to roll?
Yeah, in a minute. Well, thanks, Ed. See ya!
Do I love you? What do my eyes tell you?
Oh, how can you two watch this? That Alexis woman is so shallow, manipulative.
I like to see how the other half lives.
Oh, hi, honey. Gee, you're home early.
I know the movie wasn't very good. What was Bill like? He was like he was when you met him tonight at dinner?
Oh, yeah. So you didn't have a good time, huh?
It was all right.
Gee, and he seemed so nice at dinner. Well, Melissa and I are up past our bedtime, huh, honey? Night, Connie. Night, Cindy. Night, Alexis. I mean, Wendy.
Night, Mom.
Night, Mom.
Okay, what was the date like, really?
I told you. It was a bummer.
Come on, this isn't Mom you're talking to. I want the truth.
The second Bill and I got to the drive-in, he started pawing me like crazy.
Gee, and he seemed so nice at dinner.
You never met him.
Oh, yeah.
I don't get it. I thought he had class. I mean, he drove a Corvette, for God's sake.
Wendy, did you ever think that maybe your date turned out badly because you picked guys for superficial reasons? Like what kind of cars they drive?
Yeah, Connie's right.
Well, how else would you judge a guy?
By the really important qualities, like his hair, his eyes, and whether his clothes have designer labels and if they fit really tight.
Oh, forget it. Just forget it. Look, if you're going to let a great guy like Ed slip through your fingers, then there's no way I can make you understand, even if I talk until the cows come home.
A lot you know. We didn't even have cows.
You know, Ed did kind of grow on me.
Yeah, he was kind of cute in a dorky sort of way.
And I barely even noticed that he drove a 63 VW with a stock engine, bad valves, and a blown muffler. Maybe Connie's he's right. Huh? I mean, maybe I have been making superficial judgments about guys going for flash instead of substance. I mean, maybe my whole approach to life is wrong. Or maybe I'm just a little tired and I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, that's it.
Where does Spot spend his summers? On your chest. You can get a 7-Up Spot t-shirt free with the purchase of specially marked 7-Up products.
If you had sensitive skin like I do, which moisturizer would you choose? One for sensitive skin, or one created for sensitive skin by the people whose skincare treatment has kept more faces looking younger, smoother, sexier than any other in the world? I know which one I'd choose.
Introducing new, white, fragrance-free oil of Olay for sensitive skin.
Grow old gracefully? Are you kidding?
Foreign companies mining America's gold. They're not only reaping our wealth, they may be poisoning our land. Lynn Sure investigates on 2020 next.
Tuesday, Tony convinces Angela to pose as his wife at his old baseball team reunion on Who's the Boss. Then Kevin balks at attending Paul's bar mitzvah on the Wonder Years. And Roseanne devises a scheme to get Dan to finally fix their truck on Roseanne. After Hayden's daughter has a hot date with a professor on Coach Tuesday. Now stay tuned for 2020 next.
Former champ Bobby Chess meets the man who took his crown. Current champ Charles Williams. It's Schlitz Malt Liquor Professional Boxing Sunday on ABC Sports.
An ABC News brief. Now from Washington, Sheila Cast.
Good evening. The Supreme Court has struck down a federal law that bans so-called dial-a-porn telephone message services. There are reports that mass arrests of students may take place in China this weekend. American relief worker Chris George was set free in the Gaza Strip today, 30 hours after he was kidnapped by terrorists. Next on 2020, death in the backyard pool. How to keep your child from becoming a...
Front porch swings, handmade things, looking for shapes in the clouds. Big time dreams, winning teams, making your mama proud. We got it all right here. Just take a look around. Liberty National, part of our hometown.
Two powerful forces have come together to create new Clorox detergent. Unlike ordinary detergents, it has the cleaning power of Clorox Color Safe Bleach. Discover how it gets everything you wash whiter, brighter, cleaner. Discover a whole new world of clean with new Clorox detergent.
Scattered thunder showers during the weekend, otherwise nice. Details at 10.
Good evening, I'm Hugh Downs.
And I'm Barbara Walters. And this is 2020.
On the ABC News Magazine, 2020, with Hugh Downs and Barbara Walters. Tonight, this will help produce gold. Billions of dollars worth rediscovered in the American West. Foreign companies are after it. An old law means more profit.
It's almost a license to steal.
And now environmental concerns. A pitted landscape. Toxic chemicals by the ton.
Wildlife are being killed at these cyanide-laced ponds.
Would you drink cyanide? I sure don't want to, but I sure did.
Lynn Sure investigates. What's the price of the new gold rush? It looks familiar. Labs, lectures, long hours, intense study. But for these medical students, animals are what it's all about.
I've wanted to be a veterinarian since the first time I knew what a veterinarian was.
Yet getting into veterinary school is almost impossible. Roger Karras with the story of two students who made it, caring for God's creatures. There's a child in the bottom of this pool. He's been missing for more than 20 minutes.
We have not been educated about water safety.
Is your child protected? Backyard pools are incredibly dangerous, killing dozens of children every week. John Stossel with a report to save lives.
We didn't have a chance to say, I'll do better next time. It's over.
There are things you can do before it's too late.
First, a gold rush in the American West. Sounds like something out of the 1800s, but it's a very big and yet little known story of the 1980s. And in present-day dollars, we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar trove. Tons of gold just waiting to be mined. Already, U.S. gold production is up nearly 600% since 1980. And who's going after it? Mostly foreign companies. You know, Barbara, this surprised me, and I think it may surprise a lot of people.
Well, as a matter of fact, I must say, Hugh, that when I saw this piece, almost everything in it surprised me. For example, I didn't know there was a gold rush. I didn't know that foreign companies were involved, or that there's a new mining technique that could be doing terrible things to the environment and could possibly harm people. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know that there was any gold left to mine. And that's where Lynn Scherer's investigation begins.
This is the way it used to be. Gold mining a century ago. All it took was a pickaxe, a flat pan, and an obsession. But these rugged individualists didn't get all the gold. They couldn't even see it. Today, modern miners have created a new American gold rush with the stuff that was left behind. It's called microgold, tiny specks of ore invisible to the naked eye. And unlike the early prospectors who got their gold by tunneling into mountains, today's miners are hitting the jackpot by pulverizing the mountains. This is the age of high-tech mining, where rocks are analyzed robotically for the grade and quality of gold, where computers map the mountain to indicate where to dig next. Only then can the trucks start rolling in. These may be the biggest trucks in the world, each one able to carry more than 100 tons of rock. To extract just 1 ounce of gold, it takes 4 tons of rock. Here at Newmont Gold in Nevada, the largest open-pit gold mine in the world, they operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The pit will one day be a mile square and deep enough to bury the Empire State Building. Most of the rock, ground into tiny bits, is dumped onto a heap to be soaked with a solution of cyanide, which dissolves the gold as easily as a lump of sugar in coffee. The cyanide solution, loaded with gold, is then collected in a pond for further processing. This is the payoff, a 60-pound gold bar worth more than $350,000 at today's prices. All told, this mine alone pours more than $12 million worth of gold bars a week, helping make the United States now the second largest gold producer in the Western world. I'm standing on a heap of gold. To be specific, an estimated $7 billion worth underneath my feet. As you might expect, the people who own this mine are quite eager to get at it. So by the time they're done, what I'm standing on won't even be here anymore. It'll be gouged out and hauled away on these immense trucks. And they'll be creating an even wider open pit. But 2020 found that the profits being made from this new method of mining come at a price that has so far been largely ignored: potential damage to the environment. The most visible concern? More than 160 new gold pits scarring the landscape of the American West. Peter Phillip is president of Newmont Gold.
The pit that you're digging right now, and it's very beautiful to look at right now, still, it's always going to be there.
I think it's going to be there just like Highway 80 is going to be here for a long time.
Why can't you fill it in?
It's uneconomic difficult to fill it in the first place.
That's because much of the rock that came out of those pits has been reduced to powder. Open-pit gold miners are required to restore any federal land they've disturbed, but we discovered there are no penalties if they do not.
If you're a politician, you have to be outraged about something all the time, but now here's something that politicians and the American people all ought to be outraged about.
Senator Dale Bumpers is also angry about an old law, still on the books, that allows anyone who stakes a claim on federal land to dig up gold without paying a dime in royalties to the government. The law was passed in 1872 to help settle the American West, but Bumpers says in the 20th century, it's simply exploitation.
If I were a miner, I'd like the law the way it exists right now, too. It's almost a license to steal.
Bumpers says the industry is ripping off the taxpayers, so he's introduced new legislation that would require mining companies to pay an 8% royalty on the value of gold extracted from federal lands. Not surprisingly, the industry is fighting the proposal. They say they're already contributing to the economy by creating thousands of jobs. But some believe what they're taking away may be even more valuable.
I saw those beautiful gold bars today. Gut reaction is, hey, that's mine. It came out of the land in the country where I live. Why shouldn't I, as a citizen of this country, get something back for that?
It was preceded by an enormous amount of risk, which was not taken by you or by the state or by anybody else, but by the private company. Now, shouldn't they be rewarded for that risk? So we have created that wealth. The state hasn't created that wealth.
Still, states want their share. In Nevada, site of an overwhelming majority of the new open pit operations, Governor Bob Miller recently pushed through legislation for new taxes on mining profits. He has one message for the gold miners, who grossed more than $1 billion in Nevada in 1 year alone.
Give us a little larger slice of the pie. They're devouring a very huge pie, and I think the people of the state of Nevada, when it's gone in 30 years, would like to have had a better taste.
Governor Miller says the situation is aggravated by the fact that most of these profitable gold companies are not even owned by Americans. This mine, Corona Gold, which expects to gross $5 million in its first year of digging, is Canadian-owned. Newmont Gold, the industry leader, which netted $108 million last year, has British and South African ownership.
The majority of the miners that deal here and elsewhere are foreign-held corporations, and they are dramatically different from the fellow that went out with a pack mule and dug for gold. This is a business.
And it is a business dependent on toxic chemicals. The governor's biggest concern? Cyanide, the poison used to leach out tiny bits of gold from the ore. That cyanide solution is being sprayed at this mine day and night at the rate of 6,000 gallons a minute. Collected in these uncovered cyanide ponds, it's already become a threat to migratory birds, luring large numbers off their normal flight paths.
Wildlife are being killed at these cyanide-laced ponds. They may look beautiful, shimmering blue oases in a distance, but they're lethal killers.
There are no nationwide figures on the number of wildlife deaths. In Nevada alone, gold mines voluntarily reported more than 6,000 such deaths in the last 3 years. Government officials estimate the number could be 10 times that.
There's no checks. There are no spot enforcement activities. There's no surprise visits. We feel that basically the mining industry is underreporting the situation.
2020 has obtained this amateur footage of birds poisoned after landing on the cyanide pond at a Nevada gold mine. Nearly 1,500 birds died there in a case that is currently under federal investigation. A worker at a different mine, Golden Sunlight in Montana, told me the lengths they went to hide such wildlife deaths.
Yes, they've even gone out here in a boat or on the edge with rifles and shot them up so they would sink.
Who would?
I mean, the guards at the mine would. Or they'd shoot at them to get them off the pond. Anything that was dead, they would sink.
Why?
So people wouldn't see them.
Increasingly, mine operators are stringing nets over their ponds or erecting flags to keep birds and mammals away. But those measures are insufficient against another unpublicized threat to human beings if groundwater is contaminated. That's exactly what happened here. You are looking at the waste collection dam for Golden Sunlight Mine near Butte, Montana. According to a state investigation, nearly 9 million gallons of water and cyanide solution seeped through a wall and contaminated the wells of nearby residents. Kevin Keenan is Montana's environmental enforcement officer.
There's no other way to say it but that they experienced a catastrophic failure of their containment facility.
That happened in 1983. Mickey and Stan Seneschal, who live 2 miles down the hill, weren't told until 3 years later.
They never said a word until it showed up in our well, and then he had to come down immediately.
They didn't have a very caring attitude when it happened. It was almost like it was our fault that that happened. In actuality, we were here before the mine opened.
Ray McCafferty, the mine employee you met earlier, lives next door with his wife Enid. He says they've never smelled or tasted the cyanide. But because tests continue to detect its presence, the mine dug them a new well.
The mine has now given you an alternate water supply. What's wrong with that?
Well, we get some things down through here that are terrible in water, and we don't like the taste or the smell. Would you like to see what this looks like? We have a jar of it.
That water came out of your tap?
Right here, yeah. On 3/23/88.
A little over a year ago.
4:45 p.m.
And you're expected to drink that and wash with that?
This is what we're expected to use. This is our alternate water supply.
The mine has offered to buy the contaminated property, but both families have chosen to take the case to court. While Golden Sunlight Mines would not agree to an interview with 2020, they said in a letter that they had violated no environmental, health, or safety guidelines. Referring to the new water supply they'd provided, they said, "We went the extra mile to do what we believed was the right thing." Keep in mind, the gold mining industry contends their use of cyanide is entirely safe. But the concentrations of cyanide are neither regulated nor inspected. And you may be surprised that all chemicals used in mining, including cyanide, are exempt from this nation's hazardous waste laws. Incredibly, that means in the case of a spill or leak, there are no federal standards for cleanup or disposal.
When cyanide is used in other industries, it's classified as a hazardous material. Why is cyanide use exempted in the mining industry?
Cyanide in the mining industry is of extremely low concentration. And if they want to classify that as a hazardous waste, they would have to classify lima beans as a hazardous waste too. There's far more cyanide in a can of lima beans than in many cans of cyanide water that we have in our tailings dams.
The reference by the president of Newmont Gold to lima beans was intriguing, so we contacted the Food and Drug Administration. Their response? Absolutely not true. They said lima beans with high concentrations of cyanide are not permitted into this country. And they said the lima beans we do eat have low cyanide levels, which are neutralized in cooking.
It's important to note that the cyanide solutions used in gold mining are diluted and have so far been responsible for no human deaths. But it's unclear what, if any, long-term effects low levels of cyanide might have on humans. The research has not been done. Glenn Miller, an environmental advisor, teaches biochemistry.
Cyanide is exquisitely toxic. I don't think any cyanide in groundwater should be tolerated. It's simply not a chemical you want to have in groundwater under any concentrations.
To prevent leaks of cyanide, as well as other toxic metals, some of the ponds have liners. Newmont, known for its state-of-the-art facility, is confident their system can contain the cyanide solution.
We are therefore able to take whatever action is appropriate if we were to get a leak. We don't have any leaks.
This is a list from the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and it says that during 1988, Newmont had 8 discharges, overflows, liner failures, or pond leakages.
No.
From Newmont.
Not leaks. We had a number of spills close to some of our leach plants. They were of a minor nature.
And they say that in 1988, there were 8 in Newmont, including one of 400,000 gallons. What was that?
that particular one, we had taken our leaching material too close to the edge of the leach pad. We found this, we reported it, and we cleaned it up.
Since this interview, Newmont now says the spill was only half as big, 200,000 gallons. But that is the point made by environmentalists. Accidents, whether technically called leaks or spills, do happen. And the only way a state learns about it is if mining companies report the information. The governor of Nevada wants state inspectors to check for accidents.
The president of Newmont said to us he thinks that self-reporting works very well. He thinks that that's the way it should be.
Well, I think any industry would like self-reporting so that you set your own standards.
No one knows where or how many cyanide accidents have already happened because no government agency is tracking such discharges nationwide.
They've been basically asleep at the switch. They're playing catch-up right now and trying to get an assessment of the problem.
2020's investigation found that cyanide leaks and spills are not rare. Nevada alone had 28 such cyanide incidents last year and 6 so far this year. Montana says of its 30 gold leach sites, more than half have had discharges. Open pit gold mines pose more of a risk in states like Montana because it's simply so wet here. With so much snow and rain, there's a greater chance of overflows. And while one attraction of this state is its sparse population over vast stretches of land, that combination frustrates the state's lone enforcement officer, the man who has to monitor 30 gold mines.
They do provide economic opportunity for the area, and you can't argue with that. That's something we need here. But I still cringe every time another application comes in because I've been 10 years chasing these cyanide problems, and I don't want another one.
What do you tell the governor of another state where the gold mining companies are now coming in? What do you tell them to look out for?
Well, I would tell them that they should establish the ground rules very firmly and very early. I just tell them to welcome them in with their eyes open.
As long as there's any gold left, the mines will keep digging these pits, going about their business throughout the night to keep the profits flowing. But as more is learned about the process, many say the risks are simply too high to allow the relentless search to go on unchecked.
I've been to site after site after site where facilities left this state and left destruction in their wake.
We know that cyanide is lethal. We know that it does not break down in groundwater. We know these things, so why do we wait?
What's it going to do to my 2 boys? You know, how much did they consume? How much is too much? You know, would you drink cyanide? I sure don't want to, but I sure did.
I sure don't want to. What can happen with this cyanide? Fortunately, no one has died.
Right.
But what can be done to protect people?
Well, the EPA is coming up with a set of guidelines, but that's at least 4 years away. And remember, Barbara, all those ponds are not lined, and there have been leaks, so the research needs to be done.
And what about the giant pits that's scarring this country?
At the moment, there is no way, nobody has any way to fill them back in. So what some of the critics are saying is there needs to be upfront money so that when a mine company comes in, there is money for reclamation later on, because many of these mines are in and out in 5 or 10 years.
What is most of this gold used for?
Jewelry.
Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me.
I wouldn't think so.
Thank you, Lynn.
Well, it's inevitable. Many children will die this summer in swimming pools. Don't let tragedy touch your life. Watch John Stossel's report before it's too late. But first, treating a cow's stomachache, a dog that has cancer. Roger Karras on the making of a veterinarian, caring for God's creatures, right after this.
The day may come when all refrigerators will make your food this easy to find. When all cooktops and ovens will let you clean up as easily as these. Someday, all dishwashers may run quietly enough to let you talk on the phone. The day may even come when every washer will handle all your fabrics with expert care. But isn't it nice to know that Whirlpool gives you all this today? Whirlpool.
Introducing the 1990 Acura Integra, an automobile that could very well restore the public's faith in the term new and improved.
Dentists warn the #1 dental problem isn't cavities, it isn't tartar, it's plaque. And some people just don't brush well enough to get enough plaque off their teeth. That's why there's Plaques, the dental rinse specifically designed to help remove plaque.
Hi, I'd like 2,000 of these Honey, I Shrunk the Kids cups. See, I'm on the cup because I'm in the movie. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. It's great. It's from Disney, and it's playing now at a theater near you. That's why I'm on the cup.
The cups are free when you buy any McDonald's supersized soft drink, like Coca-Cola.
Okay, I'll have 2,000 supersized soft drinks. It's hot out. I'm thirsty.
Well, actually, there are 3 different cups.
I'm a little partial to the Rick Moranis cup. What do you think? Does it look like me?
Collect all 3 cups, only at McDonald's.
Do you have a big tray?
Saturday, we live in fear of armed criminals. One town put the guns in the hands of its people. The right of the people Saturday.
Charlie Gibson, while the rest of us were reading Archie comics and Mad Magazine, he was reading the Congressional Record.
Everything is a preparation for tomorrow's show.
He's the guy that knows all the answers to the highest category on Jeopardy.
Good morning, America.
They're smart enough to become brain surgeons or heart surgeons. However, they take a different path. So their patients will have names like Muffin or Bitsy or Zack or Cow number 100. Why do brilliant young students do it? That is, choose to tend to pets instead of people. Tonight, Roger Karras shows us. In addition to being ABC News nature and wildlife correspondent, Roger is also an adjunct professor at the University of Pennsylvania School of Veterinary Medicine. And here are 2 members of its class of '89.
Okay, we're going to need 2 of those.
This is the story of 2 young people, members of an elite group of super achievers, Debbie Apt and Gary Kubala. Just a few weeks ago, they graduated from the University of Pennsylvania Veterinary School. They dreamed of being vets as children, faced fierce competition getting into veterinary school,
Okay, lady. Hi.
and endured one of the most grueling of postgraduate educations.
I don't know him at all, Deb.
And now, finally, they've won their prize.
You watch yourself. Easy. Oh, yeah.
Good boy. I've wanted to be a veterinarian since the first time I knew what a veterinarian was. My father's a veterinarian. Everything I've done my whole life has been directed at getting me to vet school.
Oh, you can't go.
For Gary, this is a second career. He was once a professional soccer player and was working toward a PhD in microbiology. He even considered going to medical school, but decided that what he really wanted was to be a veterinarian.
Human medicine doesn't hold anything for me. It's the diversity of veterinary medicine that appealed to me most.
The medical doctor deals with only one species. The veterinarian, on the other hand, may work with as many as 7 or 8. Everything from cats to cows, horses to hawks. Like medical school, veterinary school requires 4 years of undergraduate and 4 years of graduate education.
No, it's a metastatic melanoma.
But it's much tougher to get into veterinary school. Both demand the same level of academic excellence, but there are far fewer vet schools, only 27 in the entire country.
You can see it grossly.
Once admitted to this exclusive club, the students, like these at the University of Pennsylvania, spend the first 3 years of their graduate education immersed in lectures and labs, studying everything from the principles of biochemistry to infectious diseases in large and small animals to surgery. The sheer amount of knowledge they have to absorb is staggering. For Gary, it was the toughest part of vet school.
It's memorization of facts and more facts and more facts from every possible discipline imaginable.
The 4th and last year is entirely different. It's time for students to leave the lecture halls behind in exchange for actual hands-on treatment of animals. Under supervision, the students learn everything from how to use an ultrasound test to diagnose heart disease,
That's how irregular the heart is beating.
to the delicate technique of anesthetizing a lame horse and moving it into position for surgery. No more passive study. Now it's all action.
For Debbie and Gary, their 4th year was a period of intense pressure because that's when they had to master the art and technique of being animal doctors,
before being out on their own. It was a time of new challenges because every 2 weeks they're assigned to a new clinic, just like all fourth-year students. 1 week they'd be treating animals with heart disease. 2 weeks later it would be the emergency room. This is when all that book learning had to be put into practice.
During the time we spent with Gary, 2 months before graduation, he was in oncology, the cancer clinic, where the news is often bad.
I feel anxious every time we start a new rotation. You don't know what you're getting into. You always feel ill-prepared.
Gary, like all fourth-year vet students, has gone through special training to learn how to deal with worried pet owners. In this case, the former mayor of Philadelphia, Frank Rizzo.
He's a star. Everybody knows him. His name's Casey. Named after one of my favorite Catholic priests.
And how does the legendary tough guy mayor feel about Casey's doctors?
There's nothing more important like taking one of my children to a hospital. This dog is so close to me. He's like a member of my family.
Mr. Rizzo is pleased with today's checkup because, for now, Casey is in remission. Gary's next patient is Katie Baumgartner, a three-legged hunting dog.
You want to just come on right back to the examining room?
Her owners, Mr. and Mrs. Baumgartner, have had Katie for 10 years, and today they're worried about her.
This way. We can get a weight on her, too.
Katie had cancer last fall, and she underwent treatments. To the Baumgartners, she had fully recovered, but lately she's had little appetite or energy, and her legs have swelled. They fear the cancer has returned. They want to do everything possible to save Katie.
Before we talk about today's problem.
Now Gary must apply all that he's learned over the years and get an accurate medical history about Katie from her owners.
Well, operations or anything
she
like that.
pulled the leg she doesn't have now out of the hip joint.
All right.
Do a thorough exam.
Easy. Take it easy.
And based on what he studied about cancer, come up with a preliminary diagnosis.
Okay.
Now, when we go to the lung films, we see what?
But Gary's confused about the diagnosis, and he goes to consult with his supervisor, the head of the oncology clinic, Dr. Ann Jeglum.
Well, there's a huge mass here, and masses here. I think there's probably something going on in this field.
We have to be guarded in the prognosis.
The x-rays show tumors throughout Katie's chest, but Dr. Jeglum suspects a piece of the puzzle is still missing, especially when it comes to the leg amputation. Meeting Katie is the next step for Dr. Jeglum.
I hear she's a hunter.
She has to double-check Gary's findings. In just a few minutes, Dr. Jeglum has a diagnosis. Because of her years of experience, she knows to zero in on the pelvic area, where Katie's leg was removed.
Soft tissue mass here.
She finds a lump there.
Yeah, she's got a big mass there.
Gary missed the cancer on the pelvis, and it was an important mistake.
There's no doubt that that's recurrence.
Later tests revealed that the pelvic cancer was the source of all of Katie's problems. The cancer in her lungs had spread from the pelvic area. This discovery will help determine the type of treatment she should receive.
There's some really nasty-looking cells.
For Gary, Katie's case provides a tough lesson.
I think I did not ask the right questions, and I made a couple big errors.
The best way for them to learn, in a sense, is from their mistakes, and I'm sure that Gary will never make that mistake again.
They decide to admit Katie to the hospital for 2 days, where she'll receive chemotherapy through a catheter in her leg.
Easy.
Later, Gary must get his patients prepared for the night. For instance, it's essential that Gary place an Elizabethan collar on Katie to prevent her from chewing through the chemotherapy tubes, her only hope for survival.
It's hard to see an animal come in who's got terminal disease and to see the same thing over and over again.
While Gary grapples with the strain of treating pets with cancer, Debbie faces a different challenge.
Okay.
At the university's large animal facility in the Pennsylvania countryside, she's under the supervision of Dr. Wendy Freeman. Every day, Debbie confronts the rigors of treating livestock.
Okay, just really calming.
This sheep is suffering from a severe eye infection. Debbie and Dr. Freeman are here to treat it. But the first challenge is for Debbie to try and put into practice all that she's learned about the safe handling of a frightened animal.
And we'd just like to get a couple drops of this in her eye.
During the time we spent with Debbie, her assignment was to travel with the field service department, going from farm to farm in a mobile veterinary truck, making house calls. Today, the big event will happen here, on this dairy farm. Debbie, the doctor, and another student, Pam, are going to perform surgery on this cow. She's known simply as Cow 100.
How much, Dan?
Debbie will be the chief surgeon, applying her years of studying surgical technique. But first, they have to transform this barn into an operating room and get Cow 100 onto her back.
No, go down. Gotta keep tension. She's being obstinate.
Cows have 4 stomachs, and this cow's problem is that one of her stomachs is shifted out of its normal position.
Yeah, I know. It's not the end of the world, girl.
That's cut in half the amount of milk she produces.
It's okay, girl.
And on a dairy farm, unless the problem is solved, the cow will be slaughtered. That puts a lot of pressure on a young veterinarian.
Stretch your legs out as tight as you can get them.
With the cow securely fastened, Debbie prepares her patient for surgery, just as if this were a regular hospital, only this is more like a military MASH unit. They administer a local anesthetic and take every precaution to maintain the most sterile conditions possible. With all the preparations in order, it's time for Debbie to make the incision.
Try to go straight.
I went in there nervous, but I was glad that Dr. Freeman was there to coach me through.
Okay. Just take your scalpel and feather through it till you hit sort of a glistening layer. Be brave. It's not very brave. This is the hardest thing to do, so don't get frustrated.
At last, with the incision made, it's time for Debbie to go into action to see if she can help this cow. Her years of intense study, including the cow's anatomy, do pay off. Skillfully, she finds the dislocated stomach and gets it into position so she can suture it to the body wall. That will keep it in place permanently.
Go like this.
With their goal accomplished, Debbie closes the incision.
You can sew them up like 2 minutes this way. Okay, do you want to come up here and hold this? No, cow. Come on.
Stop. Come on, girl, I just got to tie your belly up.
You're almost done. Behave yourself.
Chances are, if you had witnessed this surgery 20 years ago, the 3 veterinarians would have been men.
Okay.
But in recent years, there's been a dramatic shift, and these 3 women are part of it.
All right.
In 1970, only 5% of the veterinary students were women. Now that number has soared to 60%. And when it comes to the physical demands of being a veterinarian, no concessions to sex are made. For instance, the risks involved in bringing a half-ton creature to her feet are just part of the job.
It's not a factor of strength, it's technique.
Okay, this has to be a concerted effort here. Ready on 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, wait a second. Don't let her kick you, okay? Be very careful. That way.
No, girl. You got to tough this.
Go.
Come on, girl. Up.
Well, she can get up. Come on over here, young lady. Oh, good.
I can be working with an animal, and there's some way that I can communicate with them. I can tell what they're feeling, and I can help them. You mad at me? Huh? Yeah, you're mad at me.
Debbie's patient for the day has a good prognosis, but things do not always go that way, and that can be the hardest lesson of all. Once there was a little brown dog that had been crushed beyond repair by a car. Debbie remembers.
He looked at me, and in a peaceful way, he knew that I was going to end the suffering, or I don't know if he knew or not, but it seemed that way. And I euthanized him, and he went to sleep. And I was strong during the actual injection, and then I remember standing up, and I started trembling, because that was the first time that I had ever taken a life. And I thought about him for a long time. I still think about him.
Patient death is one of the harsh realities young vets must face. Another case in point, sadly, involves Gary and Katie. Katie died about a month after she left the hospital, despite Gary's expert care. Although deaths are inevitable, Gary says he feels compelled to help animals precisely because they can't help themselves. Debbie is driven by that same feeling, and she has found that cases like Cow 100 give her the resilience needed to handle those tough parts of veterinary medicine. Today, 8 weeks after Debbie performed the surgery, this cow's milk production is back up to normal. The operation, a complete success.
It's not so bad. It's just rewarding to know that I finally got to the point where I can help animals. it's a dream coming true that I've been waiting for 25 years of my life.
Well, it is amazing how much education is necessary to become a veterinarian.
Yeah, and a lot of people think, Hugh, that a kid who can't get into medical school uses veterinary medicine as a backup. The opposite is true. Many doctors are people who could not get into veterinary school. They fall back on the MD.
Well, an MD focuses on one species, the human being, where a vet's got to cover an awful lot of species.
Yeah, and there's an awful lot of different kinds of eyes, different kinds of ears, different kinds of limbs and kidneys and livers. They have to know it all for all of them.
It's a marvelous profession.
It is indeed.
And an interesting segment. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
Next, if you have a swimming pool and small children, or if your neighbor does, we urge you to watch John Stossel's report before it's too late, right after this.
What's that?
Common Sense Oat Bran.
Common sense should tell you it takes these 4 boxes to equal the vitamin and mineral nutrition in just 1 box of Total.
That makes no sense. How about 100% natural?
How about 16 boxes?
How about enough is enough?
Total, 1 bowl, 100%. That's more nutrition than any other cereal.
Now that makes a whole lot of sense.
If it's whole wheat Total, it's total nutrition.
With the EPT stick test, couples can know beyond a shadow of a doubt whether they're having a baby or not.
We did it!
We really did it? Because EPT is virtually 100% accurate in lab tests. In fact, there's no home test more accurate. The EPT stick test, because you want to know for sure.
Tropicana Pure Premium Orange Juice has only one ingredient, so no other major brand comes closer to this than this. Now, what are you waiting for? Try it. Oh yes, there is one other thing. Pure Premium now comes in a slightly larger package. 96 ounces, to be exact.
A recent test compared the Toyota Tercel stick shift, the Hyundai Excel stick shift, and the Subaru Justy Automatic. But we made it just a little tougher on the Justy, because you don't have to shift the Justy, and its incredible ECVT automatic makes it accelerate and pass quicker than the Hyundai and the Toyota. Proof that Subaru can beat the competition with one arm and one leg tied behind its back.
Swimming pools. This summer, hundreds of children will drown in them.
We didn't have a chance to say, I'll do better next time. It's over. And that's the guilt that you have to live with. You say, why couldn't I have done something about it?
John Stossel's report could save your child's life. Watch before it's too late, when 2020 continues.
Tuesday, find out what really tore China apart as Ted Koppel pieces it together from China. Did the massacre actually take place in Tiananmen Square? Meet the 22-year-old Supreme Commander for Democracy. The untold story. Watch the Koppel Report Tuesday.
Call them used cars, call them pre-owned cars, call them experienced cars, call them anything you want, but don't miss them at Greenville's largest used car sell-a-thon ever. Late model cars and trucks from Harry Vickery and Cars on Time with over $1 million in inventory. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only at Ward's Recreation Center across from Greenville Mall. Volume appraisers on hand. Good credit, slow credit, no credit. 9.9% money for qualified Cars on Time buyers. Volume appraisers, don't you miss it. The great Harry Vickery Cars on Time used car sell-a-thon.
What should the U.S. say about the situation in China these days? The administration says what has been said is enough said, but the U.S. Congress says we need to say more, and it needs to be tougher. We'll have more on that story this evening at 10 o'clock on Newswatch 6. We'll also have a report on the flag-burning controversy that's been circulating around the country as well as in Washington. We have some comments on the local level. And in area news this evening, we'll report the latest unemployment figures for the state of Mississippi. The figures in May were up a little bit over April's level. We'll have those figures for you at 10 o'clock. And a nature walk that you might find appealing. Jeff Vistelli will have a look at the latest on the weather for the weekend, and Mike Bethay will be along with a sports report. Stay with us for Newswatch 6 at 10.
Bob Trotter and Robin Garrett, weeknights at 6 and 10.
We said it last year when we first aired this report. If you have a child who is capable of walking or crawling to a swimming pool, what's next is essential viewing. And proof comes from headlines we've gathered in recent days. Around the country, children, toddlers to teens, drowning in backyard pools. Often it's because people think it can't happen, that it does happen. And that's one reason that John Stossel's report on pool safety could become an annual fixture on 2020.
We parents always worry about our kids' safety, and of course we should. Gesundheit. But we tend to worry about the wrong things. We worry about them getting chilled and rush to bundle them up. But there's no evidence that being cold or chilled causes any disease. We worry about electrical sockets and cover them with plastic so a child can't stick something in. But the National Safety Council says children are rarely injured that way. And we worry about kidnapping, sometimes terrorizing our children about contact with strangers. Yet seldom are children kidnapped by strangers. Most of the kids in the milk cartons were taken by one of their parents in a custody battle. The problem with worrying about these well-publicized hazards is that it distracts us from what's really dangerous. This, for example. The wonderful backyard swimming pool is much more deadly than all the other hazards combined. There are more of them today. Flying over the suburbs, it seems every third house has some kind of pool. 3 million of them have been sold already, and more people buy them all the time. Few parents realize how risky they are. Listen to Estela Lopez of San Jose, California.
I just left him for once, not even a second, just to go get his shoes, because he was already dressed. I just had to get his shoes on, and look what happened.
While Estela searched for his shoes, her 2-year-old son Herbie wandered off. Estela called 911, and rescue workers came to search the apartment complex's swimming pool. A cameraman who happened to live nearby shot these scenes you may find disturbing. 20 minutes after Herbie had disappeared, the rescue workers were still searching. The water was so dirty, they couldn't see what was in it. Estela was not certain that Herbie had fallen in. She thought maybe he'd just gone to a neighbor's house.
Oh, shit. When they did take him out of the pool, yeah, he was gone. He was dead already. My baby was gone. It just got to me. Yeah, I just blacked out. I didn't know what was happening. And then when I woke up, I go, where's my baby? And I went towards the back door. They go, they took him already. Let's go. They took him. I go, who took him? Where are you taking me? We're going to the hospital. Let's go, boss. Let's go. You ready?
Herbie wasn't dead. Even though he was under the water for at least 20 minutes, the rescue workers were able to revive him. But although his life was saved, his brain was damaged. The lack of oxygen does this to most children who nearly drown. Most kids his age who nearly drown gradually recover some of their physical abilities and then die before their 8th birthday.
Want to go play in the sandbox?
This boy, David Bazell, has improved enough since his accident to be taken home for short periods. His parents don't even have a pool, but when David was 2, he crawled through a hole in the backyard fence and fell into the neighbor's pool.
Are you going to laugh? Until David's accident, to me, the worst thing would be dying. But there are definitely worse things than death, and sometimes near drowning is worse.
Every day this summer, about 50 children will be pulled from pools. Most, like David, will suffer brain damage. About 1,000 of the kids will die. Daniel Wetherell died the first day his parents filled their swimming pool.
We didn't have a chance to say, I'll do better next time. It's over. And that's the guilt that you have to live with. You say, why couldn't I have done something about it?
What happened to the Wetherells is typical. It's not that the parents are negligent. It's that one parent thinks the other is watching. And pools hold such fascination for kids that they'll go to extraordinary lengths just to get to them. Daniel's parents didn't even think he'd be able to reach their pool.
Little did we know his childhood development and how quickly he was reaching that point where he was going to be able to go from crawling, 2 weeks before to running 2 weeks later.
Often parents think that if a child falls in, they'll hear it.
I was so close, but I didn't hear any sounds. I didn't hear splashing, nothing.
They think they're going to hear, they think they're going to know that their child's in trouble, and they're not.
Has there been a chance to look at the information on the national...
The Wetheralls and other parents of victims are starting drowning prevention committees to try to educate people.
We're educated about fire. We're educated about all facets, electrical problems with children sticking things into sockets and that sort of thing. We have not been educated about water safety.
This Florida group also sponsors classes for toddlers.
I'm going to tell you a story about playing safe around the water.
Obviously, the attention span of 3-year-olds is limited. Who knows what they'll take away from this safety class? Some people believe safety lies in teaching kids to swim. And it's true, children as young as 6 months old can hold their breath in the water until they turn over and float, as their parents hold their breath. And 1-year-olds can be taught to swim to the edge of a pool and grab for safety. Thousands of infants take classes like this one. But many experts say this is a bad idea. It gives you a false sense of security because most kids, if they're in a drowning situation, will panic and forget what they've learned. The American Academy of Pediatrics says you should not try to teach children under 3 to swim. I should also point out that the kids taking this course don't seem to like the experience. More accepted by the experts are the YMCA-type classes, where kids play in the water with their parents. So these classes focus on play, not safety.
We want to encourage swimming lessons, but we want to let people know that children that know how to swim drown.
The best thing you can do, they say, is just to watch the kids all the time they're anywhere near the pool. And when the kids are not near the pool, protect them with what's called the layer system. Have multiple barriers between the kids and the pool. Maybe an extra fence or a locked door. Some states are considering legislation that would require better fences around pools. But the drowning prevention committees say one fence isn't enough.
No one layer can solve your problem. It must be a 3-layer or a 4, whatever you feel your child needs to slow that child down long enough for you to discover that that child is missing so that you can get out there and save it.
These alarms can be another layer. They're supposed to go off when the water's disturbed. A lot of people complain that they're unreliable, that they go off when it rains or when the wind blows. So some people stop using them because of the false alarms. 3 final points. Don't leave toys by the pool. That will just attract curious children. And keep a phone by the pool so you don't have to go anywhere to answer it and so you can call for help if necessary. Above all, think of the pool as a dangerous place. That's the main advice from those who've been through it, who say you cannot imagine how a moment's inattention can change the rest of your life.
You hear the time? I lost my David. My David died. About a year after his accident, we saw a little twinge of a smile, and since then, we've heard David laugh 4 times. So that's pretty wonderful for us.
John, I remember how affected I was by this piece last year, and I said I hope that it makes some difference. Did it? Have there been any fewer deaths?
I don't think so. It may have made people more alert and saved some lives. We don't know, but the government says that people are dying at the same rate last summer, this spring, hundreds of people still dying. The drowning prevention committees say where they have publicized the problem, there are fewer deaths, but there are still hundreds and hundreds.
Is there anything new that can help protect little kids?
There are a few new devices. We have some tape of an alarm, for example. This one's called the AquaLert. It has one part that you leave in the pool, and then a small medallion that you put on your child. This child has it pinned on. As soon as the medallion gets wet, the alarm sounds. Unfortunately, this alarm's expensive, several $100s. There are other simpler alarms that are cheaper. You may also want to consider an automatic pool cover. This one, at the flick of a switch, will cover a pool in minutes. 2 months ago, the government and pool industry agreed on standards for pool covers. The standards should make all covers as strong and safe as this one. The advantage of the automatics, of course, is that you're more likely to use them. And all these things are just sort of last resorts after the layer system and watching your kid.
Pay attention. Pay attention.
Especially to 2-year-old boys. They die most often.
They get in the most trouble. Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you, John. And stick around. You'll be back in a minute for this next topic. The question, who should protect kids from pornography, Congress or mom and dad? Stay with us.
Seriously, what do you think? I think it's a great idea, but how are we going to sell it? Oh, that's nice.
Apple Computer has brought together a revolutionary set of tools
This looks great.
that will help you express your ideas more powerfully than ever before. Apple Desktop Media. The best way to make a great idea fly.
Some cereals turn into flavorless mush and milk. Crispix stays crispy. See? Crispix. But I suppose you want proof, so I'll let it sit here, and you come back after this commercial break. See ya.
You're looking at one Advil. In just one Advil tablet, there's the effectiveness of 2 regular aspirin or 2 regular strength Tylenol. But when you really hurt and need more relief, 2 Advil make quick work of the pain. Yet for all its effectiveness, Advil is still gentler to your stomach than aspirin. Before, there was only aspirin or Tylenol. But today, there's Advil. Advil, tablets and caplets, advanced medicine for pain.
Hey there. I'm back. Okay, let's see if it's still crispy. Crunchy. That toasted crisp shape stays tasty. Well, now you know the facts, so I guess you can take it from here. Crispix. Crisp that just won't quit.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a special wine.
What's the occasion?
Well, I have this blind date.
Let me show you something I like.
Gallo Blush Chablis. It's just waiting to be discovered.
Hi, I'm Jerry's friend, and you're the wine lady.
You're Jerry's friend?
Yeah.
Come on in.
So did I get the right wine?
Perfect.
Gallo Blush Chablis. A most unexpected discovery.
Saturday, ABC's Wide World of Sport puts you in the ring and on the run. First, WBC light heavyweight champion Dennis Andres takes on the hitman from down under, undefeated #1 contender Jeff Harding. Then more than 8,000 women take off in the mini marathon from New York City. All Saturday on ABC Sports.
The U.S. Supreme Court put dial-a-porn back in the news today. We're taking note because Sex on the Line was a 2020 report that we broadcast nearly 2 years ago. John Stossel laid out the issues that led to today's court ruling. Now, if you're not familiar with dial-a-porn, it doesn't take long to get the message.
I have on a sapphire blue teddy.
Callers pay, usually on the 976 exchange, an average of several dollars a minute to hear recorded and live conversations detailing sexual fantasies. Public backlash came when children started calling.
I was devastated at the material that was presented to my child without me knowing about it.
We have a hard enough time bringing up our children without them listening to some pornography on the telephone.
All we had to do was ban it, and that would be constitutional.
Well, after our report, Congress did pass a ban. But today, the Supreme Court called the law unconstitutional, unanimously called it unconstitutional. John Stossel is back now. And, John, what does this mean in terms of the phoning?
Basically, it means that telephone sex is here to stay. The Supreme Court said that to ban indecent calls is unconstitutional. They may be indecent. They may offend most people. But to protect free speech, you sometimes have to protect offensive speech. Now, individual calls could still be banned if they were deemed obscene, but that's a higher legal standard, and they can argue about that forever. One person's obscenity is someone else's sensuality, but the courts will continue to fight over that.
Now, there still is a problem with children making these calls. Is there a way to protect children from that?
Yes, if you can't just talk them out of making the calls, you can now call your telephone company, and they will, for a fee, or in many cases free, as far as we know, all phone companies will now block out the 900 numbers, 976 numbers, so they won't even come into your house. They don't often publicize this, but they will do it.
Thank you, John. Well, tonight on Nightline, Dr. Timothy Johnson is sitting in for Ted Koppel. Tim, what do you have?
Hugh, our topic tonight is doctors who invest in medical facilities, then send their patients to use them. Is it legitimate medical practice or an unethical way for doctors to make money? Hugh?
That's Nightline after your local news. And that is 2020 for tonight. We thank you for joining us.
And remember, we're in touch, so you be in touch. I'm Barbara Walters.
And I'm Hugh Downs.
And for all of us here at 2020, good night.
What American institution has entrance requirements so high they'll only accept straight A's? McDonald's breakfast sandwiches taste fresh because they're made with fresh cracked grade A eggs.
If you're a business spending over $120 a month in long-distance services, and you think that you're saving 20 to 30% with another carrier, we want you to try AT&T Pro Watts. We'll waive the installation charges, waive the change charges, and if you're not satisfied and agree that we have the best value, price, and quality, at the end of 90 days, we'll pay to put you back on your other long-distance vendor.
Save 10 to 26% or more on AT&T long distance. Call now.
Introducing the 1990 Acura Integra. The only thing we didn't change was our philosophy.
Sunday, it's England's runway ghost and the man who paints on toast. Incredible Sunday. Then it's a last request.
He likes donuts. He's on his deathbed and he wants a donut. Must be a retired policeman.
Have faith. And
live and let die.
Bond is a date with destiny. Roger Moore and Jane Seymour in Sunday.
Monday, the search for a lost temple could be MacGyver's last crusade. Then Joanna Cassidy, Barry Bostwick, Tracy Nelson, and Linda Pearl star in Pleasures, the ABC Monday night movie.
For transcript of this program, please send $4 to 2020 Transcripts, Journal Graphics, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. This is 2020.
This has been a presentation of ABC News, where more Americans get their news than from any other source. This is ABC. Police charged 4 in a murder case 13 years ago. Join Bob Trotter and me for that story and more. Newswatch 6 is next.
July 3rd, the last chance to save up to $3,000 on Toyota Camrys at Teresina Toyota in Greenville. July 3rd is the absolute last day to land your deal on Toyota's best-selling car with savings up to $3,000 right now. Choose from Teresina's big selection and save up to $3,000. Don't miss this chance to buy or lease the car everyone's talking about. But you must hurry. Teresina's deadline is July 3rd. Save up to $3,000 right now on Camrys, only at Teresina Toyota in Greenville.
The Delta Superpower WABG TV6, Greenwood, Greenville, Grenada. From the Delta's award-winning news team, this is the 10 p.m. edition of Newswatch 6 with Bob Trotter and Robin Garrett.
Welcome to Newswatch 6. I'm Bob Trotter.
And I'm Robin Garrett.
A Shaw man is one of 4 people facing murder charges tonight. 31-year-old Mark Ferretti is being held on charges of capital murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and conspiracy to commit robbery. And the charges all come in connection with a murder that occurred 13 years ago. The State Highway Patrol announced tonight the arrests in the case of a man whose body was found in Sunflower County in 1976. He was identified as Ralph Edwards, Jr. The other 3 charged include Chester Johnson, now serving a prison sentence at Parchman, his 31-year-old brother Clifton Johnson of Jackson, and 33-year-old Sharon Tisdale of Gulfport.
Sumner farmer Frank Mitchner Jr. is going to have to pay $55,000 for the use of a pesticide. State pollution officials say Mitchner's use of toxaphene was responsible for a huge fish kill in Tallahatchie County's Cassidy Bayou June 3rd and 4th. Officials estimate about 12,000 fish died from the toxaphene, which was apparently used in at least 2 areas of Mitchner's property, which runs alongside the bayou. Toxaphene was banned by the government in the 1970s. Mitchner's fine will pay for fines and before restocking the fish population of Cassidy Bayou.
The U.S. Supreme Court decision allowing people to burn the American flag is getting a bad review in Texas, the state where the case originated. Members of the Texas House of Representatives have passed a resolution to change the U.S. Constitution to prohibit desecration of the flag. At least 2 members of the Mississippi delegation in Washington feel the same way. In a satellite hookup this week, Senator Trent Lott and 3rd District Congressman G.V. Sonny Montgomery said they think the court ruling is wrong.
You start allowing, under the guise of freedom of speech, the right of people to desecrate the most important symbols of our country, I think you've let it go too far. And I refer again to what Mr. Justice Rehnquist said in his ruling. When you've got something that really is profoundly offensive to the majority of the American people, like the desecration of the United States flag, I think you've gone too far in saying that people can burn the flag, stomp the flag. People have died trying to hold the flag up in battle and defend that flag as a symbol of our country. And for us now to allow people to take these kind of abusive actions against it is very offensive.
Well, you've got to think about the great majority of the people. I would say 99% of the American people would disagree with that Supreme Court ruling of burning the flag. So we've got to think about the great majority rights of this country, that they don't want this to happen, and we've got to correct it in the Congress and let the people vote on it.
With all the uproar over the High Court's ruling this week, we decided to ask you for your views on the flag. So we asked tonight if you think abuse of the U.S. flag should be outlawed. The overwhelming majority said yes. 91% said that they think so. Only 9% said no. With moves afoot in both the House and Senate, this could be just the beginning of a move to amend the Constitution to outlaw desecration of the flag. That would take a 2/3 majority vote in Senate and Congress and ratification by 3/4 of the 50 states.
In other news, China reportedly is still arresting pro-democracy demonstrators. Many of them rounded up recently are said to be student activists. Reports from Communist China today indicate at least one of those picked up was said to have been guilty of helping organize health care for other students who were protesting. Meanwhile, President George Bush met with some members of the Senate today. They urged him to take more forceful action against the Chinese. Republican Senator Jesse Helms, I should say, is wondering if it's worth it to try to keep up good relations with a country that executes demonstrators, lies, and spouts anti-U.S. rhetoric.
In the next segment of Newswatch 6, a look at unemployment in Mississippi. And later, a special visitor to the news with a mysterious ID. Don't go to bed yet.
Call them used cars, call them pre-owned cars, call them experienced cars, call them anything you want, but don't miss them at Greenville's largest used car sell-a-thon ever. Late model cars and trucks from Harry Vickery and Cars on Time with over $1 million in inventory. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only at Ward's Recreation Center across from Greenville Mall. Volume appraisers on hand. Good credit, slow credit, no credit. 9.9% money for qualified Cars on Time buyers. Volume appraisers, don't you miss it. The great Harry Vickery Cars on Time used car sell-a-thon.
Meet the Johnsons, a nice couple with a bad grass problem in their soybeans. Little do they know as they watch for some sign that their post-herbicide is working, that help is on its way. Assure from DuPont. Assure goes to work on Johnson grass faster than Fusilade and gets other tough grasses fast. So keep up with the Johnsons. Get dead grass fast with Assure, only from DuPont.
Hi, I'd like 2,000 Honey, I Shrunk the Kids cups, please. See, that's me. I'm in this movie. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. It's great. It's from Disney, and it's playing now at a theater near you.
The cups are free when you buy any McDonald's supersized soft drink, like Coca-Cola.
I'm a little partial to the Rick Moranis cup. Call me crazy. I
Collect all 3 cups, only at McDonald's.
Do you have a big bag?
Enjoy a supersized soft drink in a 32-ounce Honey, I Shrunk the Kids cup. Value priced at only 99 cents plus tax while supplies last at participating McDonald's restaurants.
It's always been easy to take Jeep off the road. Now it's easy to put Jeep on the road. Announcing the National Jeep Sale. Get $1,000 cash back on Jeep Cherokee, the only domestic vehicle in its class with 4 doors. Get $1,000 back on Jeep Wagoneers, up to $750 back on Jeep Comanche, and get a great low price on Jeep Wrangler. So why buy an ordinary vehicle when you can own an American legend? Don't miss the National Jeep Sale, now at your Jeep Eagle dealer.
The State Employment Security Commission reports the jobless rate in Mississippi rose a little bit last month. May's rate hit 8.1%, an increase of 1.5% over April. That compares to the national rate of 5%. Newswatch 6 reporter Kendra Foreign has a look at the unemployment figures from around the Delta.
About 20,000 more Mississippians were out of work last month as compared to May of 1988. Officials say the Delta counties usually have the highest unemployment rates because they rely so much on farming. But now it's that time of year.
Most of the farmers did start their planting season, and so you had more agricultural workers going back to work, and the agricultural suppliers are putting on more people to supply the farm supplies, the seeds and the chemicals and everything that was needed. So that will pick up in May and will probably go on through June, so that will help the rate some.
Counties with the lowest jobless rate in the Delta were DeSoto and Pontotoc, both with 5.1%, right on par with the national average. But Delta counties such as Sharkey, Tunica, Issaquena, and Holmes had extremely high rates, Holmes reporting that of 16.7%.
Both Tunica and DeSoto counties are right outside of Memphis. Thompson says DeSoto County has one of the lowest unemployment rates because Tennessee companies have been establishing there or people in the county have been working in the state of Tennessee. Tunica County, on the other hand, just hasn't been developed.
Thompson says, though, that sometimes high rates don't necessarily mean Mississippians aren't seeking job opportunities.
When the number of people employed goes up in the state, and then also the number of people looking for work goes up, that means we have a lot of applicants looking for work, and you have employers that are doing hiring, but employers are looking for special types of individuals with certain type of skills, educational levels, and other things, and that would mean that a lot of the applicants that we have that are looking for work don't have the exact skills that the employer is looking for.
Kendra Foreign, Newswatch 6.
The next time somebody tells you to go take a hike, the Greenwood Garden Club can be of help. They have the perfect place for that, as we hear in this report from Newswatch 6's Richard Dean.
Door County Soil and Water Conservation District invited children from several different groups to come along on a nature walk in the Mal Mason Wildlife Management Area. The nature walk had an added treat for the children because the Museum of Natural Science in Jackson had exhibits set up along the way of the trail.
Along the trail, these stations were set up, which made it more informative and educational for the children. Our hope, of course, is to educate our youth on the value of our soil conservation programs, on the saving all of our natural resources, to have them help us in not deterring what God has given us for better use all along.
The trail was built by the Greenwood Garden Club, and they say there's been a great deal of work that has gone into it, and that the public seems to enjoy it very much.
We even got a federal grant in 1982 or 3, in 1983, and built the bridges that you walked across. One of the bridges, we have 2 of those. We built steps up and down to different areas where it was hard, inaccessible areas. We've planted a lot of trees. We've labeled. How many trees do you know? Almost 75. Mm-hmm.
At Mal Mason, Richard Dean, Newswatch 6.
I bet he enjoyed doing that story.
He sounded like he did.
Yeah.
Of course, it is a nice area.
It's
it
pretty
really
out
is,
there.
yeah. Yeah, it's fairly cool, and there are all kinds of walks and things to climb, so.
Well, you can use some cool temperatures after the kind of weather we've been having the past couple of days.
Yeah, we could use some cool temperatures. I doubt somehow if we're going to get them anytime in the near future. Let's show you what we've got right now. And across the area, it's partly cloudy. Virtually everywhere in Clarksdale, 79, Cleveland, 81, in Greenwood, 80 degrees, in Greenville, it's 85, Grenada, 80, Yazoo City, 78 degrees under partly cloudy skies. The winds are calm virtually across the entire area, the humidity about 79%, the barometer holding steady, the comfort index about 97 degrees, only a trace of rainfall in some very isolated areas today, and that will probably be the pattern for the next few days. I'll tell you all about that after this.
Over the last 3 model years, over 400,000 GM owners made the move to Mercury. Now, during the Lincoln Mercury move-out, it's your turn. We're up to move 5,000 cars this month. You can get 2.9 APR financing or $750 cash back on Mercury Sable. Or cash back only of $750 on Cougar LS. For a great selection, great values, and great deals, come in today. Don't miss the big move-out at your Lincoln Mercury dealer now.
Let's suppose 2 cockroaches decide to waltz into your home and set up light housekeeping. In just 21 days, you'll have 40 more. In just 1 year, you could have 400,000. Unless you call Terminix. Terminix technicians use safe, proven methods and EPA-registered materials to solve your toughest bug problems. We guarantee it. No ifs, ands, or bugs. Terminix. Call now for free pest inspection.
The one sale you don't want to miss is going on right now at the Furniture Center. Buy now and make no payment plus no finance charges till September. A great value for such fine quality is Bond's Nostalgia $17.89 suit with 18 pieces to choose from, starting at only $99 a piece. Each is quality constructed of maple solids and cherry veneers with genuine marquetry inlays to give it a unique look. So buy now and pay later with no finance charges and no interest till September at the Furniture Center.
Here's one more reason why Ford trucks outsell Chevy. Plus Toyota, Nissan, Mazda, Isuzu, and Suzuki trucks combined. Ford F-150, now with $500 cash back. Get a specially equipped XLT with factory air conditioning, electronic AM/FM stereo, speed control, tilt steering, sport wheel covers, sliding rear window, extra fuel tank, and more. Factory savings, including cash back from Ford, over $3,200. And that's before you get your best deal at any one of your Mid-South Ford dealers.
Once again, another nice day across the Channel 6 viewing area. We had warm temperatures on up into the high 80s and low 90s across virtually all the area. And along the coastal areas of Texas, Louisiana, parts of Mississippi, and on through Florida, a lot of rain along the coastal areas. They're expecting anywhere up to about 5 inches in Texas and the coastal areas there, and that's something they desperately need because they're very, very low on the rainfall accumulation there. Now, you may ask why they're getting all this rain. Well, I'll show you in this next satellite photograph. What we've got down in the Gulf of Mexico is the remnants or the remains of Hurricane Cosme. Cosme was a hurricane that started out in the Pacific, and there are a lot of hurricanes in the Pacific, and they rarely, if ever, make it on into the Gulf of Mexico. But this one pushed across the Mexican peninsula, and by the time it reached the Gulf of Mexico, it was nothing more than a low-pressure system, but at the same time, there's a lot of moisture associated with that system. And what we're looking at here, you see these bands of clouds, these bands of moisture. These are feeder bands off of that low-pressure system. A lot of moisture in there, and as you can see, we're getting southerly winds from the system on up into Mississippi, and that is where a lot of the moisture in the state is coming from. Because we are getting all this humidity into the state, especially in the southern half of the state, we're going to be having thunder showers across the state, especially in the southern half over the next few days. Typical summertime activity. We're not going to be seeing quite as much in the northern part of the state as they will in the south, but at the same time, we are going to be seeing precip, even though it won't be lasting all day. It'll probably start sometime on a very isolated basis in the mid to late afternoon, go on through the evening, and by the time darkness is well situated in the area, these things will go ahead and settle down some. Jackson weather radar showing just some clouds down now around the Mississippi-Louisiana border. Just rather precipitation, I'm sorry. Just some very isolated showers around the southern part of the state. Nothing really north of Jackson. Once you get to the north of Jackson, we're seeing the humidity drop considerably. Most of the precip, most of the high humidity is down around the southern part of the state, and that is where they're expecting the majority of the thunder showers over the weekend. By tomorrow, this is what we're looking for as far as temperatures are concerned. You can see, once again, the temps are going to be in the 90s. We're looking for some very warm temperatures, and as a result, we're going to be seeing this afternoon heating. And when we see the afternoon heating, we'll see the clouds develop. And as things begin to cool off in the afternoon and the clouds start billowing in the atmosphere, we'll start seeing some precipitation in the afternoon once again. And this pattern will probably go ahead and be with us for the next few days. We do have a frontal system which is located right about here This has been very, very slowly pushing on down toward Mississippi. It's now in Arkansas, as a matter of fact, but it's stalled out. Now, what this is going to do is we'll have to see. It could continue to go ahead and press on down to the southeast as another high-pressure system develops over on into the western part of the country. And then again, it may just go ahead and dissipate. Depending on what it does, that will have a lot to do with our weather over the next few days. But tonight, this is what we're looking for. About a 40% chance of thunder showers before midnight. After that, things will be clearing up. That low down to about 72. Winds out of the southeast, and that's where a lot of the humidity is going to be coming from. That'll feed the thunder showers for the next couple of days. Tomorrow, once again, about a 20% chance of afternoon thunder showers. The high up into the low 90s. As far as the extended forecast is concerned, well, we're looking at scattered afternoon thunder showers on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, but really nothing really to worry about, at least at this point in time. And if you want to get away from all of that, well, Memphis is going to be partly sunny tomorrow with a temperature of 92. You might want to just go ahead and head on up the road there. That, of course, brought to us by our friends at Mainstream Travel in downtown Greenville. So Memphis is nice. You spend a lot of time in Memphis.
Yeah, take your umbrella with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep your sun off your head.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
Sure.
Well, some Delta business leaders who were visiting the Stennis Space Center in Hattiesburg got back this evening. They got some good news today while they were there. Allow businesses that use robotics and manufacturing to have direct access to their technology. They'll be able to access certain file material through computer links. Kendra Foreign will have a full report tomorrow evening at 10 o'clock on Newswatch 6. Coming up in just a minute, it's sports with Mike Bethea, the latest from the ballpark, and a lot more. Stay with us.
Come in now to see the new Family Lumina from Chevrolet and register to win a new Lumina sedan, a vacation to the new Disney MGM Studios theme park, and thousands of other prizes.
Chevy Dealers.
For the second day in a row, a powerful weapon is keeping the Air Force grounded. A Sona XL insecticide for 2 more days between sprays.
Home. It's where your toys are, your best friends, and your family. And no matter how young or old you are, it's where you feel safe and warm and free to dream. Greenville. It's home for us, too.
Liberty National, part of our hometown.
Cash is popping up at your Nissan dealer. You can get $500 cash back from Nissan on selected hard-body trucks, up to $1,000 cash back on reliable Sentras, and up to $2,000 cash back or special financing on selected Stanzas. So see your Nissan dealer now, because on July 5th, the money runs out.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Join us for Man in Space, the 20th anniversary of the landing on the moon, Saturday at 1, right here on the Delta Superpower.
Time now for sports with Mike Bethea, and you're going to have a new comrade in arms, so to speak, on the radio side for DSU.
That's right. They've got a new voice of the statesman, and I'm going to go ahead and get straight into that. There will indeed be a new voice of the statesman this year when DSU hits the gridiron. Lake Deloach of Cleveland will take over the duties left vacant by Stan Sandroni, who has taken a position with the Mississippi Network. Deloach also will continue his duties as voice of the Cleveland High School Wildcats. We look forward, of course, to hearing Lake give us the play-by-play for all of the Delta State University's sporting activities. And for those of you interested in girls softball, the Randy White Memorial Softball Tournament The date has been changed to July the 8th. All girls teams under 18 years of age are, of course, welcome to enter the tournament. Last year, the tourney was very successful in raising money for the American Heart Association. And if you're interested in getting a team into the tournament, here's the number and name you should get in touch with. Contact Jules Strickland in Greenville at the number you see on the screen. It's area code 601-332-2959. Last year, we had teams from all over the Delta and all over Mississippi, and also a couple of teams from out of state, some from Arkansas and maybe a team or two from Louisiana. And, of course, all of the proceeds will go to benefit the American Heart Association. Well, talk about rivalries. Over the years, that best describes any ball game involving the Cincinnati Reds and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Pete Rose and crew back home to take on the struggling men in blue. Pete Rose apparently undaunted, by all the controversy as of late. Let's show you some of the action here. Barry Larkin, he's been doing well as of late. Line drive up the middle. That would score Lenny Harris. There's a new name for you Cincinnati Reds fans. And it was 1-0 in favor of Pete Rose and the Cincinnati Reds. Paul O'Neill would then come into the ball game. This a little bit of a controversial call. Watch it come off the wall. And some folks thought that would be a home run, but actually it was ruled a double, and for whatever reason, because it made the score 2-0 in favor of the Reds. Looked like to me it was well above the yellow line, but hey, I'm not the umpire. Then the pitcher for the Dodgers, Mike Morgan, comes to the plate, gets a hit, and Alfredo Griffin would score, and the Dodgers trying to get back into this when they're playing 500 ball as of late. Pete Rose, like I say, undaunted about everything. His team would go on to win this ball game as Lenny Harris singles up the middle, and that would score Cal Daniels as you see him run around third and just beat the tag. Let's go to the National League scoreboard first to see how things turn out this afternoon. Montreal defeating Chicago 5-1. The Cubbies finally lose the ball game. Cincinnati 3-1 winners. Also, Philadelphia losing in a big way to the New York Mets in the 8th. The St. Louis Cardinals have won now. That is a final 3-2. Houston all tied up with Atlanta in the 8th inning and just getting underway out west. San Diego and San Francisco. In the American League, the Milwaukee Brewers just bombed Chicago 17-5. The second game just getting underway. Minnesota 10-0 winners over the Boston Red Sox. Other scores from around the American League, New York losing in the 7th. Texas leading in the 6th and just getting underway out on the West Coast. You see all of those folks there, the Tigers, Mariners, Orioles, California Angels, Blue Jays, and the Oakland A's. And still to come in sports, Chuck Stinson has a report on some youngsters hitting the weights at an early age. We'll have more on that in just a minute. Stay with us.
Teresina Motors is busting the high cost of driving a new Mercury or Lincoln. Buy a new '89 Lincoln Town Car right now from only $29.89. Only $29.89 for a new '89 Town Car. And save up to $3,000 on the all-new best-selling Cougar LS. Or buy this new Mercury Topaz 4-door for only $99.99 right now. Teresina Motors has the largest selection of new Lincolns and Mercurys in years. And it's the best time ever to buy. Savings are big, so you'd better act now. This offer is limited only at Teresina Motors in Greenville.
Sure. Catch it now. It's a better way to control Johnson grass. For dead grass, fast. Don't let its tanks chew by.
As we enter the next decade, there have never been more new cars from which to choose. Out of all of these hundreds of cars, a recent J.D. Power & Associates survey proved what we've been saying all along. #1 domestic car line, Buick. #1 car built in America, LeSabre. Is LeSabre beautiful? Definitely. Sexy? Oh, absolutely. Buy now at your Mississippi Buick dealer. Get some of the best savings incentives in our history. Remember, out of all the cars in this country, this Buick is you.
Have you noticed? It's getting warmer. This is Eddie Albert. I urge you to fight the greenhouse effect by planting trees. Our free booklet, Conservation Trees, will show you how. To get your copy, write the National Arbor Day Foundation, Nebraska City, Nebraska. Do it now.
We're taking the new road, we're taking the old. Mama and me were traveling in style, mile after country mile. This is the new generation of old.
A great new look, Cutlass Sierra.
This is not your father's Oldsmobile.
It's my mama's.
This is the new generation of old.
Get up to $1,400 cash back at your Cotton Country Olds dealers today.
Well, Coach Jim Parker at Central Delta Academy has turned around the school's football program, taking a 1-6 team to a 7-1 mark in a North A Central title in just 2 seasons. And a majority of that success is due to a unique summer workout program Chuck Stinson has the details.
Working out on a hot Delta day, Central Delta Academy's football program reaps the rewards come football season.
When we play in August and early September, it's going to be mighty hot. It's going to be mighty hot when practice starts in August, and we feel like this gives us an advantage over a team who may not have prepared in the off-season at all, and secondly, may have prepared in a nice air-conditioned climate, because it's certainly not going to be air conditioned out on that football field in August and September. We feel like this might give us an edge.
That's when we're going to be playing. I mean, why not work out in it?
Pretty good.
You don't find many junior high programs with the dedication Parker has gotten from his kids, and they're dedicated to a program that comes strictly from the pros. Jim's brother is a strength coach of the New York Giants.
I get 100% from Johnny, and I'm very fortunate to have him as my brother. You know, when our linebackers are lifting weights, they know they're doing the exact same thing that Lawrence Taylor is doing that day. I tell our quarterbacks they're doing what Phil Simms is doing. Our running backs do the same thing Joe Morris is doing, and that certainly fires them up to know they're on a professional weight program.
Parker averages a 15-hour day at the school, waiting for his kids to show, making sure they all get a chance to work out.
I think it's all right because he's willing to spend this summer to make us a better football team.
You know, I've really gotten a lot stronger and faster, quicker. I'm in a lot better shape than I was.
Working out in the hot sun now may mean having it made in the shade when the first kickoff rolls around. In Inverness, Chuck Stinson, Newswatch 6 Sports.
Great little program over there. That program has increased each of the years that he started it. And of course, I'd like to take just a minute to toot my own horn. This Sunday at 3 o'clock, folks, special program that I have enjoyed putting together. It's called Delta Slabbing with Robert Dean, who is a local sportsman from Greenville. We went out to Lake Washington and did some crappie fishing. And it's not just a fishing show. It's also got some pretty scenes with it along with it as well. So be sure to watch it Sunday at 3 o'clock.
Right here. Sunday at 3. Well, as you know, Batman is back. You probably heard about that already. His fans from the 60s and a whole new generation looking for a thrill. They're flocking to theaters to see the hero make mayhem of malicious miscreants.
How?
Kathy Gandolfo has more.
I'm Batman. The signs are everywhere. Batman the movie is coming. It is crashing onto the summer movie scene with the subtlety of a speeding Batmobile. The movie opens here tomorrow, but the advanced hype has been incredible. Batmania has taken hold. There are Batman t-shirts, dolls, masks, you name it. But wait, there's more. Wait till they get a load of me. Wait till they get a load of you. Wait till they get a load of this. The Batman haircut has arrived. Lisa Sebastiano of the salon at Atrium 2 in Turnersville has been busy sculpting the Bat symbol on the heads of many adoring Bat fans. But why would anyone want to bear the Batman banner in the back of his head?
Since I work in a Pennsylvania high school, that I have to keep my hair somewhat conservative during the year. So for the summertime, I'd like to do something different.
You can bet your bat phone that you'll be seeing more and more of the Batman dues as Batmania grips the nation.
Well, I thought about getting it done, but I didn't think anybody could do it. So I saw it in the paper, and I was like, holy haircut, Batman.
Of course, once the fad dies down, some folks might want to get rid of their $25 Batman haircut. And it's not like some joker gave him a tattoo or something. The hair will grow back normally. I'm Kathy Gandolfo, Channel 6 Action News, Turnersville, New Jersey.
That'll do us. Have a nice evening. I'm Bob Trotter.
And I'm Robin Garrett. We'll see you Monday in Newswatch 6 at 10 this weekend. Good night.
The Andy Griffith Show, starring Andy Griffith, with Ronnie Howard. Also starring Don Knotts.
Deadline, July 3rd, the last chance to save up to $3,000 on Toyota Camrys at Teresina Toyota in Greenville. July 3rd is the absolute last day to land your deal on Toyota's best-selling car with savings up to $3,000 right now. Choose from Teresina's big selection and save up to $3,000. Don't miss this chance to buy or lease the car everyone's talking about. But you must hurry. Teresina's deadline is July 3rd. Save up to $3,000 right now on Camrys, only at Teresina Toyota in Greenville.
Sir, do you think there's such a thing as too much of a good thing? Nope. What about Popeye's 10-pack plus?
What about it?
10 pieces of Popeye's famous fried chicken. cool, creamy coleslaws, fresh buttermilk biscuits,
Oh, my.
and a full 2-liter of Pepsi Cola.
For how much?
Just $10.99.
Where's my cheese?
Popeye's 10-pack plus 10 pieces of chicken plus all the fixings.
If there is such a thing as too much of a good thing.
This is it.
At Popeye's now.
It's here. The Waterman brings its unique brand of pure, delicious water from the islands of Hawaii to your front door. The Waterman offers a complete line of water dispensers and coolers starting as low as $2.50 per month. Imagine cool, refreshing, pure water delivered to your home or office. Call now and receive your first month's rental free. 332-5571. The Waterman. You can be sure it's pure.
Garrett Furniture invites you to take advantage of everyday low prices, like these Benchcraft recliners starting at $299, or these full-size mattress sets, just $99. 3-piece queen and end table set, only $199, and this Westinghouse heavy-duty washing machine, $50 down and just $37.62 per month. Matching heavy-duty dryer also available. At Garrett Furniture, we carry our own accounts, and we feature 5 stores throughout the area to buy from. Garrett Furniture in Greenville, Cleveland, Indianola, Grenada, and Batesville.
The next thing, the guard was staring into the muzzle of a .38 pistol with a silencer. Sir,